alone on a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me. And I'm drifting, driven by the sidewalk streets. I'm sliding through sound, heading for the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. I'm drifting, 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 drifting.
Hola. Hola, hola. ¿Se llenó? Hola. Buenos días.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Buenos días. Hola, buenos días. No sé si se escucha bien.
Can you hear me well? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here today. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the side of the representation of the European Parliament and the European Commission. So thank you to all the staff in this bureau who open the doors to our every year for us to hold this event, which is one of the star moments for us, a milestone in the celebration of the Pride Week in Madrid. This is not only about partying, about celebrating, it's also about campaigning, advocacy, talking about human rights, not only in Europe, but also around the world. The human rights, and in particular, the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community, which suffers a lot of lack of recognition around the world. And this is the first topic that we're going to be dealing with today, the learning and challenges from the world of queer data. In order to moderate and lead the table, we have Maribel Dominguez, who is an expert in leadership, and she's a Secretary General of an organization, and will be introducing the rest of our panelists. Also, I would like to mention in particular Colombia, who are our guests this year in this summit, and who we have a representative of in this at this table. Also, I would like to greet everyone who's following us through the streaming around the world. I hope that you have a wonderful time with our first group of panelists. Well, thank you very much, Juan Carlos, and thank you to all of you who are gathered here today, both in person and those who are following us online. Just a quick note before we start. For those who are using the interpreting services, I remind you, first channel is Spanish, second channel is English.
Channel 2 es English, ¿ok? Así que dicho esto, bueno, Juan Carlos ya me ha presentado, yo soy Maribel.
Well, I've been already introduced, and my name is Maribel Hernandez. I am the Secretary General of the Organization of Women and LGBTQIA+. I'm sure that all of you have heard this question, does a tree make a noise when it falls in a forest and there's nobody around to listen to the sound it makes? Well, we're not here to answer that question, but for sure we can tell today that the extreme right would deny it completely, that there is a sound, that there is a tree, that it fell, and probably they would even deny the very existence of the forest. So this is why I want to call your attention on this point. When we fall down, when there is a storm or a drought, when there's an earthquake, or when we have a period of growth where our roots are strengthened, each of us can perceive and experiment what happens in our nearby environment, and from here we can generate an intuitive knowledge that is very valuable. But if we want to keep growing in the best possible way, if we want to protect ourselves from the falling of the trees, from the falling of ourselves, what we need to do is to understand the full environment, the ground where we are rooting our trees. Do all the trees have a proper root so that they make it stable in front of storms and droughts? Do we know what type of manure they need to grow better, or the amount of water that they need to grow strong. Every data around this is what the gathering of data can provide us. This is what sustains our advocacy and our campaigns, and that help us build the rights that we really need. These data can help us sustain the reality and not that others are making in our name. They allow us to see the truth that are seen and those that remain unseen. It allows us to fight for our rights and to fight for all the things that we are still lacking, focusing on the real needs that we have, to develop the services that really cover our rights and our needs, and many other things that I'm probably forgetting at the moment. But in order to talk about this topic, I am very pleased to have with me 5 wonderful panelists that I will be introducing. Clara Castillo Gonzalez, she's a social worker and also legal advisor in reproductive and sexual rights. She has coordinated a campaign in positive support. She's in charge of the several actions towards the LGBTQIA plus community, and she works with people at risk of exclusion in housing in Madrid. She has also worked very intently to defend the rights of people from the LGBTQIA plus community in a situation of high vulnerability. We also have the founder of No Binaries España, who is the first state organization of non-binary people in Spain. They have written a book about the reality of non-binary people. They contribute to the defense of the rights of LGBTQIA plus community. They deliver talks to raise awareness, and they share the knowledge and the respect of diversity. Currently, they're working on a study of the people belonging to the LGBTQIA plus in Spain. We also have the coordinator of the LGBTQIA program of the Autonomous Region of Madrid. This is Manuel Rodenas. He's also the president of an organization against crime, hatred, and he works with people suffering domestic violence due to their gender identity, and he works in a program for the support of legal labor rights. He has also participated in several legal studies about homosexuality, the needs of the LGBTQ community in Madrid, and he also belongs to a single parent association. We also have a guest online who works for the FRAM. He is the director of the 3rd survey for the LGBTQ community in Europe. He has also directed several studies in 2011 and 2019. He also directed a database of hatred against Muslim people, a study about immigrants in the EU, and he also talks about LGBTQ equality. He also has directed the Institute of Rights for Equality and has fought against racism and xenophobia. He has also worked with the Ombudsman, and he's an expert in equality. And we also have the General Consul, Rodrigo Pinzón Navarro, from Colombia. He is diplomat by career, and he has been appointed General Consul to Madrid in 2022 and comes from Cartagena de Indias. He has a long trajectory in the institutions from Colombia. He has worked in San Francisco, he has worked in Portugal, and also in the Embassy of Madrid, and he has been the General Director of Protocol for Colombia for over 4 years. Welcome you all here to this panel. It is a great pleasure to have you all on board today. And the first thing that I would like to do is to go through a first round in order to learn about your take on this topic. I don't know if you want to start in the order I mentioned you or if we can improvise. Clara, maybe you want to take the floor? Well, thank you very much. To give you a bit of a background, in 2021, several institutions and organizations were worried about the lack of housing resources for the LGBTQIA plus community. We talked among us and we created a technical table to service people from this community at social exclusion risk in Madrid. In 2022, we developed our first report where we gave visibility to the reality that many people from the LGBTQ community had to face. We have made a second report, and we are going to tell you about the data that we obtained in our report in 2023. The homelessness is a complex issue, especially when it comes to the LGBTQIA plus community. We have gathered all the details about people coming in to all the institutions that make up this confederation. These are people who do not have a safe place to live due to their gender identity. In 2023, we have gathered 759 requests. We are aware that many people, due to the extreme vulnerability that they face, they knock on different doors in different institutions in order to find a response to their situation. In this case, there are 32 people. So the final figure is 727 people found themselves in Madrid without a safe space where to live in due to their identity. 727 people do not have a house to live in. Despite the fact that this is a ridiculously high number, we know that there are more people in this situation, but many people in the LGBTQIA plus community do not come to us. They go to other places and look for help. Many people in the situation of vulnerability are afraid, they feel ashamed, or they don't know that these resources exist. So we can only imagine that the number is higher than that. Regarding the number of seats that we have, I would like to tell you that we have been able to provide help to all these people. But the truth is that in Madrid, we only had 75 rooms for these people. And this year, the number has gone down to 69 because the situation is improving year after year. So how many people can be provided with a room immediately because they need to leave the places where they are this very minute? Well, 0 people we can help in this manner because there are no immediate rooms available. So this means that out of the 727 people that we provided services to in 23, we had to leave over 600 people in the situation where they have to endure humiliation or violence, or sometimes they had to go to sleep in the parks. The average age is between 18 to 30 years old, and the average age is 34, but most of the people are between 18 and 30 years of age. In the previous report, the average age was 43. Related to identity, gender identity, 69.3 are cisgender men, 11.2 are trans women. We know that this last figure is underrepresented, and this does not reflect the reality of trans women because oftentimes they do not go to these institutions because they fear the transphobic attitudes from the staff. If we consider to their origins, over 85% are from outside the European Union. Out of these people, nationalities that are most represented are Colombia, followed by Venezuela and Peru. Concerning the administrative situation of the people coming from outside the EU, 44 8.7% had requested international protection. So they had a temporarily stable situation, and they were going to have a job for up to 6 months. But we also find these people that are in an irregular labor situation, which represented about over 30%. There's something that we are fully aware of, which is that this 41% are in this irregular situation because they're trying to request their international help, but they cannot apply for it. And now we are creating a standard form to request for this. A person who's fleeing their country because of the fear of aggressions, they arrive in Spain, and if they're lucky, they can go from one sofa to the other of people who they knew before they came. And it's very hard for them to be included in the municipality registers. Once they get to be included in these registries, they can call a number, and they keep trying to find an appointment to have access to services, which should be open from 9 to 7 every day, and they cannot reach the people working there. People are earning between 200 and 400 euro for ensuring an appointment for these people, because for them, for the people themselves, this appointment is very difficult to get. The fact that we have over 700 people without a safe place to live is really dreadful. We do not have enough rooms. We do not have any emergency room for people in need. When a person comes to one of our entities and they tell us about the situation that they're going through, they tell us about how their families are mocking them because of their gender expression, or that they had to flee their countries of origin because of the threats, because of the aggressions, telling us that they live in a house in exchange of sexual services. This is when we should be able to tell this person, well, okay, breathe deep. We're going to start from scratch. You have a safe place to start. And the only thing that we tell them is that we do not have any housing units for them, that we will call them when we have one. And this can take months. We need more resources for housing these people. We need to be able to provide a rapid response to all these people. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Clara.
Thank you very much, Clara. Darko, I know that you're here to tell us about the non-binary reality, so the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much. I will give you also some context. The data that I'm going to tell you about come from a study that we just finished. We have done the analysis, and the only thing left to do is to format it, to DTP it, and we're going to present it on the 13th in this very room, and on the 20th we will be presenting this in Barcelona in the LGBT Center, in case you want to listen to more information about the survey. Regarding to the data that we have gathered, it's important when we talk about the labels that non-binary people are using. 84% of the non-binary people, we use the umbrella label, which is the non-binary label, but 83 out of those, only 1% use the queer label. We think it's very important to highlight this because this is very important to be stated. Also, due to all the violence that we have to endure due to this label, 60% of the people who have filled in the form in our study are
dato bastante alto y un 15% son
there's also a percentage of disabled people, and in terms of violence, I think that there will be a lot of triggers here, so in case somebody doesn't want to listen to this, at a health level, 50% of people have endured violence in this context. We're talking about doing something like having to hide that they're non-binary people, or saying that they're women or trans women or men. We're talking about chemical neutering, and there have been, even in some cases, rapes between 6 and 15 years of age. At educational level, 40% are afraid of coming out in fear of violence. Especially we have seen this in the focus groups due to the rise of fascism among teenagers. And 1 out of 3 non-binary people have have been bullied in their schools. In the households, a high percentage have also suffered violence by their own families, and some of them have had to stand verbal abuse, lockdowns, and sometimes some families have brought their children to conversion therapies. We also think that it is important to note that 1 out of 3 people has endured violence and LGBT phobia from their friends, and up to 85% have suffered violence by people they knew. I think it is important to highlight that all the data that I have given have said, yes, I have gone through, I have endured violence. We are not including the people who have given an answer of I don't know, and we know that these people who answer I don't know, for us they're clearly yes as well, and this would represent a 10% above all the figures that I have given already. We believe that it is very important to give visibility to those figures and to carry out studies like this, because in order to develop public policies, I think we need to know the subjects, we need to be aware of the situation, and we think that from the institutions what they need to do is to listen, to analyze our data, and to develop public policies that are aimed at including non-binary people in our society. For instance, the acknowledgement of a third box for the registry of people to get an ID card, which is a request that has been suggested at a European level as well, and also in order to prevent people who are part of the government to say that a non-binary person is not a priority for our society. I think everyone needs to be a priority in the search of a more diverse and inclusive society.
Muchas gracias, Darko.
Thank you very much, Darko, for also raising the topic of violence. I think this is one of the big topics that we have to deal with in our community. And also, Manuel, you have a broad experience in these hatred crimes. The mic is yours. Well, first of all, I would like the organizers for inviting me and talking from the perspective of the work that we have been doing for over 20 years in the region of Madrid, that have allowed us to have a very broad picture of what's going on. We are a public service that provides individualized and family services for anybody who is suffering a problem related to their gender or their sexual orientation or expression that belongs to the LGBTQIA plus community. We have a team of experts who work on 12-hour shifts on a daily basis to service people not only living in Madrid but also coming from other regions. A high percentage of the people that we serve are from other countries as well, and they reflect the situation in Madrid. We can really have a clear picture through our work that we present in quarterly reports, and I will give you a broad view of this in order to highlight the advancements that have been made in civil rights, but also to highlight the challenges that we are facing at this moment. On the one hand, we have seen progress in civil rights, such as in Thailand, which is that followed Taiwan and Nepal, and this is the third country in Asia approving the marriage from people, non-binary people. And in other countries, we have seen that some countries are struggling to see what they can do from a legal point of view in same-sex marriages. The United States, this is we have a big warning over this country. In the past year, 617 anti-LGBTQIA plus projects were presented. Some of them have failed, but many of them have been passed. They have been prepared in order to limit the rights of people in a country where the Pride was born, the Pride movement was born. This backlash is not only happening in the United States. We also have countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, where they are implementing sanctions for ill treatments in the streets in order to be presented as an example for other people who would like to come out as belonging to the LGBTQIA plus community. In Spain, we have the hatred crimes, and we have seen a great increase in the numbers of people requesting from different countries asylum and protection in Spain. We are the first destination of people who want to flee from violence because of their gender orientation. This is specifically for people. These are requests that need to leave their countries of origin and to arrive in a country where they will find a more respectful society, legal framework that is more protective. But in the end, we are seeing a lot of problems coming up. There's an increase in the number of hatred crimes. We have seen the statistics from 2023. You know that the security forces have reported almost 3,000 cases of hatred crimes, and 4 out of 10 of the aggressions have to do with racism and xenophobia. The second place in the ranking of hatred crimes is due to gender identity and sexual reasons. This reflects that there's a chronification and a systematization of a situation that we have been seeing in our society for a few years. We're aware that there is a level of suing these cases. Only around 11% of the victims really go to the police to present their claims, and these hatred crimes are a phenomenon that is increasing also around the European Union and that we need to face. We need to strengthen the laws. It is true that the public institutions in Spain have taken major steps. Our prosecutors are being reinforced. We have a general attorney that coordinates the intervention done around the country, and the police forces are also working with the ministry in order to fight hatred crimes. They're doing a follow-up of all the claims that are being submitted around the country. But this is not enough. We need to see that people coming to our country are fleeing from situations such as what's happening in Uganda. There's a law has just been passed against homosexuality that gives a life sentence to people who have been found to be homosexual. And those people participating in extremist actions are facing some times legal sanctions. In Uganda, we also see backlash in the legal rights of homosexual people, and this is just to reflect. I would like to raise these topics in this week that we are celebrating the summit, a sentence of a great activist, which in the 25th anniversary of his activism, he said that these situations that we are living through nowadays were to be foreseen. We are finding situations that really make us ponder that we're taking one step forward and two steps back. Also, in the book, The Crisis of Heterosexuality warned us that the more visible the campaigns for LGBTQIA+ became, the more active the conservative movements would be. I hope that this has given you an idea of what's going on right now.
Es una pena porque contamos con un tiempo.
It's a shame since we don't have much time and the issue would actually require many hours of conversation. Millers, we have you online and with your European overview, what can you tell us?
The invitation, I hope everything is fine. I have a return of the audio, please eliminate. Thank you. Yeah, I hear noise. Anyway, I try to be brief and not present the PowerPoint presentation, which will be long. I would just say that the results of this major survey are an eye-opener, in a way contribute to your discussion. This is a very large survey. It's a survey in 30 countries, EU 27 plus 3 candidate countries, with more than 100,000 respondents. So it allowed a very in-depth analysis with weighting, and it is as representative as possible for an online survey. The results show a paradox. We have identified some signs of gradual, slow progress here and there, which reflects also the legislation changes, the reforms in different and several member states. Yet at the same time, we find a rise, persisting or increasing, violence and harassment against LGBTIQ people, and especially bullying, which is a problem in all EU member states. And we try to explain this paradox. That's why we named we put a title in our report that we are at a crossroads for LGBTIQ equality, because while things work if you work on them, like for example in Spain, you have had different positive legislative and other policy interventions, we need to strengthen our efforts because we are in front of a challenging situation. There are many challenges ahead. One way to read this paradox is to see a bit also beyond the survey, the context. The context says that, as we see in the Eurobarometer and the European Commission has repeated many times, there is an increase of social acceptance by the general population of LGBTIQ people, especially of same-sex marriage and couples. And this is linear across the decades in all EU member states. So we have a positive trend, let's say, there for LGBTIQ equality. On the other hand, what we found in our survey, and it reflects a bit also what the European Commission has found in other studies, and each one of us can actually assess so in online space, there is a heavy increase of online hatred, especially through specific campaigns that put LGBTIQ people in the box of gender ideology, of being a threat to traditional values, or posing a sexual threat, or being unnatural. Or we have identified even calls for violence at a very high level. And this reflects a bit what the European Commission found, that all these campaigns are exactly those campaigns that are fueling hatred and misunderstandings and intolerance against LGBTIQ people by foreign actors, especially. It's called foreign interference and manipulation of information, FIMI, we call it in the Commission. And basically, it's an effort to use LGBTIQ community, in particular groups about whom the general population has complete ignorance or not enough information, like trans and intersex and non-binary people, and try to sow divisions in European society. So in a way, this is the other side of the coin. We have a progress, we have an effort in the member states. In Europe, we care about and we working towards LGBTQ equality, but we have challenges that are often presented by other foreign actors, but also within Europe. So this is the context. Within this context, we can see that some groups, in particular trans, intersex, and gender diverse non-binary people, suffer the most, and much more than other groups, which create also an apparent divide within the community between LGBT and other groups, cisgender LGBT and other groups. And it is important to identify how crucial, how critical is the situation, especially for some groups, because for these groups we have found that there is a multiple layer of victimization and harsh realities in life, including suicidal thoughts, including access to healthcare, to quality healthcare, and homelessness, which is much, much higher than other groups, and many, many more times, 25 or more times than the general population. So we try through our survey to identify the specific challenges that are there. Furthermore, by comparing different data, we have found that people with multiple identities, what we call intersectional profiles, people that are, for example, trans, lesbian women, and also with a migrant or asylum seeker background or with disabilities, suffer much, much, much more than others. So these are groups about whom the member states need to develop specific support and need to look into it, because the situation is, I would say, very critical, as the data show. Another thing that it has been mentioned is also interesting is that this is a survey, we call it LGBTIQ survey. We now added the Q. In 2019, we added the I. In 2012, it was just LGBT. This is a survey where we try to put people into the labels, the categories that are traditionally used also in activism, LGBTIQ. But we have found, and it's very prominent now through our report and our data explorer, which I invite you to visit, that there are multiple intersectional belongings in different groups. And within this general context and general frame of different identities that are overlapping, intersecting, and dynamic, SOGS, as we call them, sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics, we found that some respondents feel more comfortable to choose queer, and more young people than before every time choose non-binary and gender diverse in order not to stick to a specific label. For example, in our surveys, traditionally, like in other surveys in this area, we group all the gender diverse people under the general trans umbrella category. Now, this time we try to separate this, so we have in the report trans women, trans men, and non-binary gender diverse that include all the rest people that are not defined, self-identified in a binary way. But it's important to note that also in other contexts, like the US or Australia, LGBTIQ people tend to use much more than before the label queer, that once upon a time it was even offensive in some contexts, national contexts and cultural contexts, but now it offers some kind of freedom for people not to be put in a very specific box that we inevitably as researchers need when we draft these types of reports. I would be happy to contribute with more information if I'm asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Milton. Muchísimas gracias por...
Thank you so much for providing this European vision, and also for saying what's going on outside. And let's continue to look at the other side of the Atlantic, please. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Rodrigo Pinzón. I am the Vice President. I represent a country, Colombia, I represent the number one in migration into the region of Madrid. We are the main group of migrants in this city. We are number two in Spain as a community, as a migrant community. I'm referring to the Colombian people. And with that, I would like to say that when we were doing the negotiations to make Colombia the guest country in this year's edition of the summit, we felt really comfortable of being here. And why? Well, because we are a country that's an oasis in Latin America in a certain way. We are the second country with the best legal framework in Latin America, and this is it because we have a thing called the Pentagon in Colombia. You can marry, you can adopt, you even in your identity document you can choose your own gender, and from 2022 you can actually choose the non-binary gender option. So we live in a country that provides full guarantees in that regard. I could give you, Darko, that document, but you would need to become Colombian first. And all this is part of a process, and number 5, which is one of the most important things, is that we have public policies for the LGBT community. We have a policy in place that's part of our national development plan, and this is something we do on a yearly basis, and we are very much supportive of this. And also looking outside, the council that I belong to for more than 25 years, we have a very pioneering LGBTQIA policy also abroad, and we participate. We're very proud of doing so. I can look at myself in the eye and look at everyone else because we are a people that provide those guarantees in Colombia. With this, I don't mean that Colombia is a paradise. This is on paper. It is written, it is set in stone, and we actually do defend it. But obviously it is not the same thing to live in Bogota or Cartagena that living in a very small village in the Amazon area. So in that regard, we have a National Statistics Department that says, this is similar to the INE in Spain, the National Statistical Institute, that says that we have around 500,000 people that feel part of the group. This is 2% of our population, and every time we run these surveys, there is a question, and every time there is a census put together, because we need, from a public policy perspective, we need to know the numbers. They are included, and all the data that the community wants to provide to us, it is very welcome actually. And we have another feature, and that's the fact that in 2016 we signed a peace agreement, after war lasting more than 50 years, that allowed us to provide the conditions and recognize 10 million victims, including 7,000 recognized victims, which are double victims. They are victims because they were victims of the war, but also victims because they were part of the LGBT community. And when you look to peace, you also have to look back to the LGBT group and community, and you have to keep in mind that those people that have been identified must be in accordance to what is written in the documents. My daily jobs in the consulate, every time I signed a document for the correction of a gender or for the change of a name, I sign it very proudly. And I understand, and I do so understand, that Colombia is a pioneering country in this regard, and this makes us even better in our work. Our consulate is a space where we try to make it diverse, safe, Every day we have an LGBT table together with the civil society where we receive all the requests, all the needs and requirements that the community have, and we always try to access through the institutions to providing the policies that we can provide. I would also like to mention that our department in charge of launching surveys provides us with numbers every day. Obviously, the LGTB numbers are always above what happens in other cases when we have an occupation, for instance, an occupation rate for the collective is always more difficult, and this happens with all the figures. The LGBT community is always below standard values or rates when we are talking about positive things, and they are higher when we're talking about negative aspects. So to be able to identify these challenges is also important for any country that wants to stand as a country that defends human rights. I know I was only given 5 minutes, but I would like to spend 1 minute on this. I would like to keep 1 minute silence to commemorate and reminisce the lives of the LGBTQ people that are no longer with us due to hatred, prejudice and discrimination, and who were taken away from us. We have a motto in our foreign policy. We always say that there is nothing to cure. So please, I would like to invite you to keep 1 minute silence now. Please stand up.
Muchas gracias, Madrid.
Muchísimas gracias por esta intervención.
Thank you so much, Ricardo, for your words. I would like to thank you also for the support you are providing to the Pride Week this year. It is a great pleasure to have you with us. I would have liked to ask some questions, since just more than 100,000 questions come up, but I am sure that you also have some questions, and since we have to finish this block at 11:15, we only have about 15 minutes left. I will now open for questions. You can ask your questions here in the room, and also those of you joining live through the streaming, you can also ask your questions through the chat and through the QA option, and we will have them here in the room. And you can address your questions to the people in the room or to the colleague who is also joining remotely. We have some hands up already in the room. Okay, so let's go to this person and then over there. I can see a few hands raised already. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this space. I have a question for Rodrigo. I am part of the community. I am Colombian. And particularly as a migrant and as part of the community, I felt unprotected very often. And my question is, particularly for the LGBT community who is living illegally in a country and who are tempted to resort to sexual exploitation to live. I would like to know whether your department has any space or any policy in place for these people. We do have a legal advisor. We have a working group made by different legal advisors. Have you visited the consulate ever? Yes? Have you spoken about this? Okay, well, I invite you to do so. We have a table, a work group, and we have advice. We have Colombian lawyers as part of the team that can help you with your paperwork, with your situation, and we also have specialized lawyers that know the Spanish legislation, and they come from a Spanish bureau or a Spanish law firm. I invite you to go there to expose your case and take it from there. Obviously, here we are as guests, and we have to comply with Spain's rules, and we are in the hands of those people hosting us. Thank you. We have another question in the room over here, please. Good morning. I apologize, Rodrigo. Maybe everyone is asking you questions. I think you're asking me questions because I represent the institutional side of things, maybe. Well, I have the pleasure of knowing your country, which, by the way, is beautiful, and so are the people of Colombia. My job is basically providing information and support to migrants on a wide array of things, and also people living in their own countries in Latin America with regard to HIV, mainly, and with regard to access to the rights, empowerment options, etc. And it calls my attention out of those features you mentioned in Colombia, which I never doubt it is actually that way, but it seems to me that there is a great difference between what you said and expressed with regard to rights and what Colombian population perceive. Why do you think this is the case? Because what we receive in the associations is very different from what we just have heard in your presentation. Of course, I totally understand that. And I actually said that Colombia, I am not saying that it is actually a paradise with what I try to explain. I know that we are the law we have as part of this framework, the law on public policy, is what we are working on. And part of what we do, it is done with the aid of associations, of individuals, and the civil society as a whole to build, to construct this public policy to be able to reach each and every one of the people who live in Colombia. Colombia is a country, it's a very open country, is a country that's fully aligned with all this in many sectors in the country. Other sectors are not so much so, but we, the people who work in the state, we have set ourselves the goal to improve people's life, and I hope that every time you visit our country, in your many visits in future, you can perceive the improvement, and every time you see an improvement, you can convey it and share it, and that's what I can tell you. I know that not everything is perfect, but that's what we're trying to do. Thank you so much. We had another question here in the room. Somebody had put their hand up on this very interesting issue we have on the table. Just wait a minute to get the microphone so you can be heard, also for the streaming. Hello, Rodrigo. My greetings. I would like to ask you about something specific. You have a department specifically for disabled people in the consulate. Is that the case? Yes, we do. We have another working group on disabilities. We are obliged by law. We have a working group, and I think we have about 2 people here in the room that are part of that working group. You can obviously visit our consulate and speak to those people. I would like to develop a project that I developed at the University of Burgos. I am Colombian myself, and I have what I believe is a very interesting project that I developed at the University of Burgos, and I think it could be interesting for the Colombian society. Thank you so much. Thank you for your question. I would like to ask you to ask questions related to the issue that we have discussed on the table. I think it's a really important issue that allows us to go deeper and to try and understand what the impacts are on our realities as people when we actually try to make our rights valid and heard. We had many hands up over here, please. and then I will go to the other side of the room. Good morning. I am Colombian, but I would like to address my question to everyone because with the data we have in place, the reports that you have drafted, I would like to ask you all, as the people in charge of the policies, as the policymakers, and we as the society, seeing how our rights are being diminished by the progress of the extreme rights across the European Union, what actions do you envisage to try and counteract these movements? Because at the end of the day, if they continue to grow, the limitations will also grow and will be larger than we actually anticipated.
Bueno, yo creo que una parte muy importante que sí que podemos.
I think there is something important that we, as the civil society, can do is not to hide away, not to go back to the closets. If at any time somebody is discriminated against, even if it's just by a small action. Sometimes we say, well, somebody just shouted at me in the street or whatever, and you just let it go. No, don't do that. And go to the police, report it, because thanks to all those reports, this is where we actually based our own reports on, and that can lead to new policies. So let's not hide back in the closets, and if anything happens, we should report it to the police. We have specialized police groups and teams, and we can feel more comfortable using those spaces, so do use them. I would like to take this question and talk back to Miltos, because in our prior conversation you mentioned the political use of the data. What can we do with data? What does this information allow us as citizens and as LGBTQIA plus group?
A finding of our survey that corresponds also to what Clara Castillo said before. We asked the respondents what works, what not. Because we as a policy support agency, we say what needs to be done. Yes, the police officers need to be trained. Yes, we need to set up a reporting net framework. But the response of the respondents to our question, what works and what not, what improves the situation, what deteriorates the situation, was very simple and very close to the reality. Basically, they said that visibility, participation, social and political life is important for LGBTIQ people. People need to be out there. This has helped so far the progress to equality, and this is where we need to stand on. This includes also, of course, reporting and claiming the rights of people against discrimination, against harassment, violence. Second, where the situation deteriorates, we found that what the main culprit, the main responsible is the negative stance, negative discourse by politicians and political parties. So obviously, people that have an office need to have a high responsibility about the voice we express against or LGBTIQ people, and we need to stick to non-offensive, not victimizing, not inciting to intolerance and misunderstandings against LGBTIQ people. And this is a big responsibility of public officers throughout across the EU. The other thing that is very important, that we mentioned it in our research, is that education in a wider range, not just school, is a very important element. We need to inform people, from students, from pupils, from younger people to families about LGBTIQ issues. We need to have real sexuality education in our schools throughout the EU, and this is not yet the reality. So there are several measures to take, but we need basically to see through the data, to use the data to identify what actually is going on there. As I said, in this survey, we have identified the paradox. The society increases acceptance, more people feel more comfortable, there are legislation reforms throughout the EU, but still we have increase of hate and violence. Why? We have online hatred, we have campaigns against LGBTIQ people, which apparently their campaigns against the Western democracies of the EU, not just LGBTIQ people. So we need to see the signs on the wall and to see what we need to do. We need to strengthen our efforts. And what we do as an agency, because we provide data to support the member states, we say that if you read the data, this is the way to go. This is what the member states need to do to improve the situation. And I shut up. I think I've spoken too much.
Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Milos.
Sí, voy a intentar ser como muy breve, ¿no?
I will try to be very brief. I think data are really good in order to develop public policies, but they're not the only thing that we need in order to make a real paradigm change, social and cultural. We need to establish networks with feminism and with our allies. But I think that the LGBTQIA plus by itself can also get very far. But if we have our allies that can correct the direction and that contribute to getting to better places, I think that we can make a bigger change. And probably, I think that it's very important to highlight that we need to vote political parties that are not only in politics for the picture, but that really want to develop policies that are aimed at the LGBTQIA plus community. We have time for one last question. I'm going to give the floor to questions if we have any in the chat of this streaming. If not, I've seen that person who had raised their hand for a long time, and afterwards we're going to have a coffee break and you will have the opportunity of talking with all our speakers later on. I am from Colombia, but I'm not going to talk about Colombia. I'm going to act as a Spanish citizen here. I work in public policies in Avila, in the region of Avila, and there are many differences between the size of the municipalities. And I am here in order to be able to incorporate things into my community, this knowledge into my community. My question would be if there are statistics related to those places that are far removed from the main cities, and also if we can have access to information on the policies that can support us. The information about policies in small municipalities has a different range of action, different impact. So I would like to know, first of all, if there are statistics related to smaller populations and smaller city centers, and also if these statistics also cover those, for instance, in the case of the data that you have gathered about Madrid, if this includes small communities near the main cities. Thank you. We do perceive a big difference, not only in terms of external migrations, but also internal migrations within the country. People in Spain have to leave their hometowns because they do not have the support or the guarantees that they need, and they hope that they will find those in the bigger cities. So there are migration movements. So we have indeed registered a big number of people coming from these type of municipalities. It's about 15%, if I'm not mistaken, coming from the very city of Madrid. However, I would like to highlight the people who come to live to Madrid. I could tell you that more than half the people that we serve have not been born in Madrid. They came here to find a greater freedom, to find more support, resources, associations. We are talking about young population in this case, mainly.
Sí, dentro de los datos que estaba justo haciendo.
Among the figures, I was making the calculations because I have the raw data here. We have 49% of people living in municipalities with less than 200,000 inhabitants, and the rest would go to the major cities. And within our study, we saw that the higher percentages in Catalonia and then Madrid, with 143 and 128 people in each case. And underrepresented, we see that we have Ceuta, Melilla, Extremadura, and also the province of Navarra, because this was surprising to us, because in the focus groups we found many people who had been born in Navarra, but in the focus groups, and I think this is something that we saw that was brought to the table is the deaths due to sexual or gender issues. And people who had been harassed by their gender identity, and they moved to bigger cities where they think that they will find greater support. But if we look at the data, we see that in big cities there is a higher degree of violence because people are more exposed than if people live in a small town where everybody knows you, and it is a different way of working with this community, with the community. Well, with this, I think we're going to wrap up this panel. It's been extremely interesting. Thanks a million to you all for your participation. I think that data help us write our history and to show reality as it is. We need to keep working in this direction. Now we're going to take a small coffee break upstairs. Any questions that you might have, don't hesitate to reach to us upstairs, and we will be very happy to talk with you. Okay, so you're invited to go upstairs for the coffee, as Maribel said, and thank you all to all our panelists. We have a short coffee break. We will see you here back at 11:30. Thank you.
Set to dreams on the sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go. Driven by the sidewalk street. I'm sliding through sound, headed by the dreams that I'm drifting.
Dales a cada uno.
I'm drifting. faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me. And I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Dreams on a sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go. Driven by the sidewalk dreams, I'm sliding through sound, heading for the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. I'm drifting. Living by the sidewalk streets, I'm sliding through sound, headed for the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Feeling fine, I'm breathing free, just wondering about the windy city. Listen to the sun that flows, the light that shines so bright. Just let my mind go. While I'm drifting and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting. Alone on a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Drifting, drifting, let my mind go. While I'm drifting and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, drifting, yeah, yeah, drifting, drifting, and I know that, drifting, and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm drifting, 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 sliding, escaping, drifting, breathing, hey. Gotta keep on moving, gotta keep on roaming, gotta keep on roaming, and I move and I move and I'm breathing, drifting, I'm escaping, I'm breathing and I know it, but I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting and I know it, and I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting and I know, when I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting, yeah, yeah. Drifting alone on a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 set to drift on a sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go, driven by the sidewalk streets. I'm sliding through sound, headed by the dreams, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting, 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 drifting. let my mind go a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me. And I'm drifting, 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 set adrift on a sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go, driven by the sidewalk streets. I'm sliding through sound, headed for the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Feeling fine, I'm breathing free. Just wondering about the windy city. Listen to the sun that glows, the light that shines so bright. Just let my mind go. While I'm drifting and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 yeah, yeah, drifting, drifting, and I know that, drifting, and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm drifting, 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 sliding, escaping, drifting, breathing, hey. Gotta keep on moving, gotta keep on roaming, gotta keep on roaming, and I move and I move and I'm breathing, drifting, I'm drifting, I'm escaping, I'm breathing and alone, but I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting and alone, and I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting and alone, when I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting, yeah, yeah. Drifting alone on a sea of faces.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, almost. Let's move on to our second panel in this Summit 2024. We're going to be talking about an extremely interesting topic, the memory of, or the situation of the LGBTQIA plus community in Latin America and the role of government. We will be having a moderator introducing the rest of our panelists. Welcome again, Rosa, Manolita, and well, I'll leave you to this interesting panel. Ronnie, the floor is yours. Hello, welcome all. Thank you for the opportunity of moderating this panel dealing with such an important topic, the historic memory of the LGBTQIA plus memory, how important it is to cultivate this memory. If we didn't have those memories, we wouldn't be aware of what we have achieved over the years, and we wouldn't be where we're standing right now. Without further ado, I will leave the floor to Margarita Chen, the president of this organization, of course. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that warm round of applause that I just received. Thank you. Here I am, standing in front of you, a woman that since she was very young has been fighting for our community. But first I would like to watch a video with you.
No se oye.
There's no sound to this video? Manolita Chen is the artistic name of Manuela Saborido Muñoz. She was born in Arcos de la Frontera on the 1st of October of 1943. She has been a successful entrepreneur, and she is known as the first transsexual woman who was proved to have her gender included in her ID card. She has given birth to 5 children, and Manolita is above all known because she has been a role model in the fight for equality and the rights and freedoms of the LGBTQ community in Spain. She suffered poverty, she suffered abuses, and in the 60s, she got to know Pasaje Begoña, where she worked and where she met many LGBTQ people. She became a world-known artist who has toured the world. She was arrested in Spain for several occasions, and since the beginning of the 80s, she became an entrepreneur and art collector. She has owned several cabarets, hotels, and restaurants. In March 1985, she became the first adoptive mother of belonging to the LGBTQ community. She adopted several children, some of them with palsy. Since she was very young, she has been an activist for the rights of the LGBTQ community. She has also been the subject of a documentary as one of our main references of the historical memory of the LGBTQ community, and now she is heading the Fundación Manuelita Saborido, and that is working for the LGBTQIA plus community. It's also aiming for pursuing all the fights that have marked her life, and for this they have in place the following projects. First of all, Hogar Manolita 10. This is for housing LGBTQ young people, so they provide advisory, and they support these young people who have experienced violence and who are in a situation of high vulnerability. They give them the support and the warmth of a family, and so that they do not have to go through the same abuses that she had to go through. They also have a center with files, documentary, audiovisual, artistic, and photographic documents of the heritage that Manolita is leaving us. And then we have the Manolita 10 Awards that acknowledges the activities by people, institutions, organizations for the defense of civil rights, the non-discrimination of LGBTQIA people. And Manolita 10 Fundación is a reality. This foundation is based on a very solid ethical code that guarantees the proper use of the funds handled by the foundation. It is the right time. Come and meet us, collaborate with us. You will experience a great personal satisfaction and also some tax relief. Meet us at fundacionmanolita10.com.
Muchas gracias. Manolita, no soy yo sola la que hay.
I'm not the only Manolita. There are many Manolitas, but unfortunately, Manolitas.
Otras han ido ya al otro mundo. Entonces, así más o menos quedamos poquitas que podamos.
There are. I wouldn't like to open 6 more houses. We already have 6 houses in place, and I don't want to open another one, but it would be good to have all the people having their own lives and not needing to flee from their households or not coming from another country, fleeing from this ill treatments and violence. Yesterday, one of the kids told his mother that he was homosexual and he was kicked out of his house, and now he's with us in one of our houses. And as long as I live, and as long as I have this clear mind, because I do not need any shrimps or anything, the only thing I need is respect. So there will always be a house, a home for these kids, for these young people to feel loved, to feel respected, because I have many things to give, and above all, I have a lot of love to give. I was the first woman to adopt 5 children, and I created the first organization in Andalusia for the queer people, the mariquitas, because I'm not used to all these LGBTQ acronyms. I don't know how to read or write. This is why I never bring with me papers or computers. I don't bring anything. What I tell you comes out of the bottom of my heart. This is Manolita, the person in front of you. The only way I know how to speak is the way I speak. Some people have told me to speak in a different manner, but I don't know how to change the words I use. The only thing I know to do is to speak the way I do. I am a woman, and I wanted to be respected. That's the only thing that I wanted. My genitals have nothing to do with who I am, or with my heart. My mom was not responsible for this either. I've always been a woman, and I will die a woman, although in this century, some people still call me Manolo by my boy's name, and this should not be allowed. This is what you people who have nephews, brothers, grandchildren, granddaughters, who are lesbians, who are gay, who are whatever, please do not close the window of your love to them. Open your hearts to them and tell them that you are there to support them. The Pride Day does not only happen in June. The Pride Day is every single day of the year. This is that I have here in my chest is not something that we should only acknowledge today, but every day of our lives. We are all human beings. And I am very happy because yesterday I attended an event, and I have to tell you that I'm going home very proud because there are so many queer people who are already in a good position. God bless them. Because the only thing I could do was to clean kitchens. I wasn't even good enough to be a whore. And I was hidden. I couldn't even tell anybody what I worked. I was a woman that was rejected. Same happened to me at school when they learned that I was a girl, that I was gay. I was kicked out because the parents of my classmates said that I was contagious. What could I pass them? Even with the COVID, they blamed us for passing this disease. The only thing we can pass on is love and respect to others. This is what we do. No gay has left their mothers. They have not abused their mothers, their families. This is who we are. Here, standing in front of you at 81, I will never allow anybody to mock me. Unless I want to make you laugh, of course, but just laugh at me because I'm wearing makeup or having this big pendants. I come here as you see me because I am a woman, and you may forgive me or not, but I will die fully made up and as a woman. Never allow anybody to mock you. And if you see any of these attitudes, call Fundación Manolita because we will be there for whatever needs this boy, this girl, this person might have. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Manolita.
Thank you so much, Manolita. It is a pleasure to hear you, to listen to you, because you really convey so many things to us. It's hard to summarize it. I will give the floor to the founder of the Archivo Erque. Queer. Good morning. My name is Pedro Felipe Inestrosa, and together with Halim Balawi, we are both from Colombia, the country invited and guest in this year. We are founders of the Archivo Erque. This is a file that was born, an archive that was born in Colombia, and that is devoted to the preservation of the two historic documents. It's on the one hand, it's an art archive and also a queer archive that tells us about the long fight of social and political fights of the LGBTQIA plus community that includes about 70,000 items. Each item could be a magazine, a photography, a postcard, a sticker, a painting, a dress, and a long list of items, because in our archive we have understood that every single little item can actually gather in itself a big part of the LGBTQIA plus community. This is why we consider that the nature of the items that can be preserved cannot be limited to the most, so to speak, elegant or the noble ones. The Queer Archive Queer Archive is one of the most significant private archives that encompasses different items coming from Europe and the United States. It has many examples of LGBTQ literature and also the rare magazines reflecting the LGBTQ activist magazines from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. They can add to 7,000 volumes from these 3 decades. It also focuses in the global south, and Arque is a custodian of a good deal of the first editions of novels and books with LGBTQ themes published in Spanish between 1896 and 1940. That is about 400 titles, among which, for instance, Zezé from 1909, the first lesbian novel in Spanish from Ángeles Vicente, or Por los Caminos de Sodoma from 1932. This was the extremely rare novel from Colombian Bernardo Arias Trujillo. This novel has a history behind that I would like to share with you. Bernardo Arias Trujillo wrote his novel in Chile when he was appointed a diplomat in that country, and probably he had to be far removed from his family and his world to write it. When he wrote it, he published 500 volumes in Argentina. He distributed some in Buenos Aires, and then he sent the box with the main number of volumes to his mother in Manizales, a city in Colombia. When he went back to his country 6 months later, he asked his mother to give him back his books, and so that he could distribute them or use them. And his mother told him that she didn't have the books anymore, that she had asked the bishop of the region what she should do about these volumes, and that they had decided to burn them. So this is why we only know that there are 2 remaining volumes. One of them is kept in our archive and the other one in the Congress of the United States. After this, I have to tell you that the Queer Archive was born when in 2011 Halim Badawi, as a co-researcher of the exhibition Perder la Forma Humana, Losing the Human Form, in the Reina Sofia Museum, was not able to find in Colombia files that were related to LGBTQIA plus community topics. So he had to deal with the fact that if you went to the National Archive in Colombia and you wrote the word gay, you could only find 15 items. If you wanted to go back to the first archived files related to the queer community in Colombia, you couldn't find anything. Later, we learned that the decree that was ruling over this, the legal deposit of this, forbid the preservation of pornography, and this was in place for many years. Pornography was referred to any LGBTQ publication. This is why we didn't even have this in any official archives. From then on, we decided that it was very important to create this collection and to get back the queer memory item by item. The oldest piece in the archive is from 1594, and it is an engrave that represents the conqueror Balboa attacking with dogs the Sodomite indigenous communities in the current Panama around 1513. This item is the first graphical item from homophobic persecution in the New World. It is not the oldest one, but it is particularly interesting. And I have to tell you that we also have an exemplary of the legendary book of Gomorrah, Liber Gomorranus, that was created by San Pedro Damian in the year 1052. We have decided that given the rarity of these files that have been persecuted in the archive, we do not have any chronological borders or geographical borders.
Basically, we consider any piece that has a queer nature as an object that can be part of the collections, no matter what. This is a key political decision of the archive. Sometimes a small clue or a document that seems circumstantial offers information that's important about a silenced story. The archive has placed special interest in the rescue and conservation of private LGBTIQ+ archives that have been the Cinderella of historical memory. In effect, often privileging in research and, of course, in conservation, the more easily accessible public archives, such as those state archives that account for repression exercised by the state itself and that have a police or judicial nature. These official documents hide the story of repression, but it is often the story told through the lens of the oppressor. Private archives, such as Manolita's archive, for instance, not always associated with political repression, are the sources that give an account of the private lives of homosexuals, of family struggles, of the lives of those who did not necessarily suffer repression, but whose living conditions are necessary to understand our history. Private archives allow us to get to the happy moments, the strategies of repression, of concealment and escape, and to understand the culture of clandestine parties, of clandestine publications, and of transvestitism. These are all subjects whose documentation is rarely associated with the state archives and which are particularly welcome in the RK archive. The RK archive officially opened in March the 20th, in February the 20th, 2023 in Madrid, with a temporary exhibition, Una Historia No Tan Rosa, which has about 350 pieces that tell a long story of our community's political struggles, such as dresses, original photographs, videos, original magazines, pamphlets, from countries as diverse as South Africa, Israel, Indonesia, Pakistan, Colombia, Mexico, Venezuela, etc. These were all part of the exhibition, and the exhibition sought to make visible new coordinates of planetary activism that do not go in a north-south direction, as we are so accustomed to see, but rather east to west, across the global south and the Romance language countries. We have 3 temporary exhibitions a year, and we are currently in the process of organizing and cataloging materials, and we have already received several researchers in our facilities. In closing, we want to affirm that from our experience, LGBTI history is much more than a fragmented history of national or local experiences lived. That queer history is a history of interrelationships and searches throughout the planet of a community that shares certain needs and a struggle that does not see any borders. In fact, there is an important idea that we are just one single identity, and this is found in the actual archives. It is as if we find a strong effort in the early publications to contact one another, and normally We have similar documents in other countries' archives as a consequence of a permanent exchange of knowledge and an attempt to remain united and to form one sole community. We would like to tell you that as part of the Armarios Abiertos Open Closets program of the Spanish Cooperation Agency, we will do 3 cooperation activities. First, we want to create the Iberian-American encounter of LGBT+ archives for new cooperation networks. We want to exchange specific experiences in attaining, collecting, preserving and exhibiting LGBTQ materials, and we want to discuss sustainability challenges. We want to exchange stories and anecdotes, and we want to know who's who among the people who work in preservation of these documents across the continent and also in the Iberian Peninsula. The second cooperation is to bring the presentation Una historia no tan rosa to the Spanish Agency for International Cooperation. And finally, we want to schedule a cinema cycle called Trans Cinema that seeks to rescue the early films dealing with the trans issue from the 70s, from the 1970s. And I would like to finalize by inviting you all to know our current exhibition called Furor Travesti, Manuel Rosano, that opened on the 2nd of this month and which will remain open until the 15th of September in our office in Dr. Fulques Street in Madrid. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro. Before giving the floor to the last speaker, Rosa Laviño, the Secretary of Pedro Cerolo Foundation. Rosa, you have the word. You have the floor. Thank you, Roni. First of all, I would like to say that it is a great pleasure to be here together with Manolita and her foundation, with Pedro. We hadn't met personally before, but we all are aware of the very important work you do at the archive, and also with Roni, the president of COGAM, and a very dear friend. And I would like to thank the organizers for having given the opportunity to Pedro Cerolo Foundation to talk about the history of the LGBTQIA+ in the Spanish-speaking world. Pedro Cerolo was a fighter for the rights in Spain and also in Latin America. Those of you who don't know me, I am Rosa Laviña, the Secretary of the Pedro Cerolo Foundation. This is a foundation that was made possible by individuals belonging to the personal, family and political sphere of Pedro Cerolo. It was created in 2018, and our main mission is to extend his activism. His legacy includes as important advancements as creating the homosexual weddings, thanks to the bravery of people such as the former president of the government, Zapatero, and other people such as José Juan Fernández Aguilar, who was also part of the foundation, who was then the Minister of Justice when the equality weddings were created. Zapatero said once that it was Pedro Cerolo who convinced him to push forward this law that has brought so much happiness. Pedro used to say that talking about equality is talking about dignity, same rights, same duties, and same names. And he also said that in Latin America this was a synonym for diversity, and recognizing and managing diversity is part of our identity or our political project, and also for making possible social justice. But Pedro also said that if that was possible in Spain, it was not thanks to the socialist government or to himself, but thanks to the groups. He always said he was just one more, no more, no less. The self-determination movements, the liberation movements are the ones that have changed the world and the ones that have brought the most happiness. The feminist movement, the movement against slavery, the LGBTQ movement, and more widely in the Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America, the fight for LGBTQ fight has been very complex and varied. They have come a long way thanks to organizations, activists and allies that have worked in order to counteract discrimination and promote legal equality. Pedro Cerolo had a significant impact not only in Spain but also in Latin America. His fight for equality partnerships and for the rights for the LGBTQIA+ was very important for movements and for activities across the region. Pedro always used to say that Spain had reached equality for the first time after a long time, and that Latin America would also see that freedom. In one of his first trips to support equality, he said this. Let's have the video.
Mujeres y hombres trans que viven en el conurbano bonaerense, en nuestros barrios, en nuestros pueblos del interior. Justicia para ellos. Amigas y amigos, más allá del arco iris hay un lugar, hay lugares donde la igualdad y la libertad es posible. Argentina tiene que ser, Argentina tiene que lograr la igualdad. Argentina tiene que ser el primer de América Latina que se convierta en el país de la igualdad. Latinoamérica se lo merece. Latinoamérica es unida. ¡Viva Latinoamérica! ¡Viva el orgullo gay! ¡Viva el orgullo lésbico! ¡Viva el orgullo trans! ¡Viva el orgullo argentino! ¡Viva la libertad! ¡Viva la igualdad! ¡Viva Argentina!
Bueno.
Well, as you can see, I still get emotional when I hear him, and that strength and his support is what we have in our foundations. We want to continue to conquer rights. We want to continue down the path that Pedro Cerolo made for us. At the foundation, we aim to preserve his memory. We are working at the Documentation and Archiving Center, the Pedro Cerolo Documentation and Archiving Center, where we will have a library, a digital archive. We will organize certain exhibitions as well as educational activities, because it is very important for young people. And this year, the Pride Week talks about education, and it is really important for young people to understand that what they have now, what they can enjoy, is there thanks to the work. And as Pedro said, the rights are conquered, they are enjoyed, but now we have to defend them. He always said, be very careful, because we have racism, xenophobia, homophobia coming up. Also in Latin America, we have Mr. Milei. We know what his thinking is. Argentina is a country that was a reference across Latin America because it was the first country to ever approve equal marriage across Latin America. Be very careful and keep a watch out. We need to continue to work, and we cannot stop. I would like to invite you all to be part of Pedro Cerolo's foundation. The Pedro Cerolo Foundation is a safe place, is a friendly place. It is a place where everyone has their own space taking into account our own differences. As you know, we have a website, fundacionpedrocerolo.es, and I would like to invite you to cooperate with us. Let's not take one step back. Thank you.
A ver, sí, ahora. Como vamos...
Since we are relatively keeping with time and waiting for the arrival of a certain minister, I think we can open a QA round. Can we have a microphone in the room, please? Yes, over there.
Hola, muchas gracias.
Hello, good morning. My name is Álvaro Zuleta, the president of the Aculco Foundation in Latin America, but based in Madrid. And I would like to take the opportunity to tell you about some things that I think are interesting. We worked directly with Pedro Cerolo. I was one of his personal friends, and we had a very long relationship. And I would like to mention something that you also sent, following up the agreements that were being made, not just on diversity, but also on migration, and working with LGBTQ migrant groups. I think it is important to continue with that work, because one of the problems we have is that there is no follow-up on projects. These follow-ups in the Socialist Party, I am a militant of the Socialist Party, we know far too well that this has to be followed up vis-a-vis the extreme rights. What you mentioned about Argentina is pitiful. We need a permanent follow-up of LGBTQ policies, not just in Spain but across Europe, and anything that is related to Latin America requires cooperation with Latin America on LGBTQ issues, because we are still very weak when it comes to policies. We have to work with the different groups, and I would like to say to Pedro that I was born in the same village that Bernardo Arias Trujillo was born, so I also have the capacity of knowing what happens in Caldas and in a city like Manizales, and also talking about education for the different groups. We need to take into account that they require two key things. Ethical education. We need to overcome the morals, and particularly the Catholic morals and the morals of the Opus Dei. We all know who they are and what they do and where they are. They are still working on that policy, permanent policy of blocking sexual progressism through public policies, such as the public policy of the Madrid City Council and of the Madrid regional government. They are permanently attacking all the progress such as a leader such as Pedro Cerolo had made for this city and for this region, for policies to be increasingly clear and improved. And we will continue to work permanently from our groups and our associations to not take one step back, not in Spain, not in Europe. Thank you. Somebody had asked for the floor, I think in this side of the room. I think it was that lady that put her hand up first. Hello, my name is Mercedes. I would like to first thank Manolita. She is a reference we mustn't forget, either now or later in time. I am a lesbian. I had a father who was an abuser. I am represented by the LGBT flag, and I'm having many issues in Alcalá de Henares, where I live, after the change of politics. There are many cities in Madrid where they are going back, and I would like to know what we are not quite doing so well and why we have allowed them to be where they are now. Thank you. It's a question aimed at anyone on the table. Well, indeed, there is something going on in this society, and we seem to be going back. But sadly, this does not only happen in Spain. It happens in Spain, it happens in Europe, in Latin America. What are we doing wrong? What we, progressists, are doing wrong? Well, maybe we are not being able to communicate quite well. But there is something called democracy. And democracy implies that these sort of people can actually get to the power. People such as the president of the Madrid region, who was so daring as to eradicate LGBT laws in the region that were fully consolidated. But it is also true that the progressist government has taken this to court, and I think that progressist governments, they need to keep the lookout, and after any attack of the extreme right, we should defend human rights. It is true, there are people that need to have their problems looked into, and it is people from the far right rather than progressists that have that issue. I am being told that we cannot have any more time for questions, but I can give you the floor in the panel to add something. Well, what's going on? I think we are getting too relaxed. And I'm saying this because precisely in an exhibition as the one we opened, un estudio no tan rosa, it appeared that we often forget that the queer history is like a spiral, really. There was a time in history back in the 1920s where there was a great explosion of novels, of literature, of theatre pieces. In Germany, also bars, many bars that sprang out. I'm not sure whether you watched El Dorado, that was available on Netflix, where they actually told about this world. The Germany of the 1920s was similar to today's Madrid. And they never actually thought, as they were enjoying their parties, that in 1933, repression, the Nazi repression, could actually arrive. And it did. And the first archive, the first burning of books by the fascists was not of the communists. They actually burned the books of the history of queers, of puffs. They burned the Magnus archive of the first doctor to ever perform a transgender operation, with all his clinical histories and records that had been collected to that date. So that happened, and we began again a fight after 5 decades. It was not until 1968 that we started to recover from such an immense repression of the fascists. And then AIDS stroke. And again, insults and mistreatment and persecution, darkness and gloom. And we are only now starting to see the light. And now we are approaching the 2030s, and we forget about these things. We are getting too relaxed, and we take it for granted, and we think that things cannot happen again and come back, and they can come back. And I would like to convey an idea, talking about archives. We are the oldest community in history. If we look back in history, we can find here and there how transsexuals, lesbians, gays, and puffs in general are present in history as a whole. But it happens that communities are part of history whenever they have archives. And it is just when we start to have that awareness of us as a community, it was around the 19th century, where we started to generate community-based archives. And those archives are essential for the community to recognize itself as a community. Without the archive, the memory is limited to the people's memory. It goes back only as far as they can remember. If we do not preserve it, our own essence as a community will be jeopardized. And it is because of that the enemies of the communities and of the peoples, the first things they burn is the documents and the archives. That burning from 1933 was not an innocent one. And one last thing. In this situation, I can tell you that you need to rescue archives, you need to continue to rescue the archives, and as we do so, we need to see the way to defend them, to protect them, because often we get too relaxed there. We are not aware of the importance of recovering, rescuing, and also keeping up our archives. But the communities, the enemies of the community, we all know who they are, they will be only too aware of the importance of making them disappear. Just to finalize with this lady's question and with this discussion, what I do not agree with right now is that somebody overnight, somebody is called Lorenza and tomorrow is called Lorenzo or Juan, tomorrow will be Juana, and they still want to see us underground, really. They want to put us in the side of...
Ni un paso atrás. Nadie.
Let's not take one step back.
Vale, me dicen por el pinganillo.
I'm told that there is question for one more question. And I think that that gentleman had put his hand up before. There were so many hands up that it's difficult to know who was next. Okay, over there, at the back of the room, last question.
Bueno,
Well, first of all, thank you. Thanks, Manolita, for being the actual history, a live history. And just to try and close and summarize what Rosa and Pedro talked about the importance of preserving those archives, I would like to take one step ahead, and I would join the need of activism with archives and research. Very often when we are attacked, we respond from sentiment, but without much knowledge, and this is important to bring down some arguments. Whenever we listen to the extreme right politicians saying what they say out of anger, they say many things, but without any ground. If we manage to counteract and counter-react with science-based arguments, what they say, I think our progress would be much more permanent and it would be longer term. And when I did my research for the end of my master, I found many limiting factors in history, and this is what I want to get at. It might be the case that it is important from the different archives, from the foundations, to support research. A great part of the generation that enjoy the rights, as you mentioned, Rosa, they don't know how difficult it was to obtain that. I am not a child. I was born back in the 70s, and the 70s and 80s were very hard. And some people take it for granted that the rights have always been there, and they are not aware of all the history that's lagging behind. So we need to promote research, debate about our rights and about our history. Thank you.
Creo que tienes toda la razón. De hecho,
I think you're totally right. In fact, the Pedro Cerolo Documentation Center that we have in place not just tries to make everything digital, and it also acts as an activism and education center. We cooperate with universities, with NGOs and other institutions, both in Spain and abroad, in order to promote research and education around LGBT rights. It is fundamental. You're totally right. Okay, so this closes this table. Thank you for your contribution, and we hope that everything that has been said here can be materialized in coming years. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todas y todos los ponentes y el moderador.
Thanks to all the speakers and the wonderful moderator, Roni. We now have the Minister and certain important personalities that will be joining us now. So please stay in your seats. They will now enter the room and we will start with the opening, the official opening of this event. Thank you.
Driven by disciples, sliding through sound, headed for the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. I'm drifting, 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 drifting. alone on a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30. wanna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Set to dreams on a sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go. Driven by the sidewalk dreams of sliding blue sound, headed by the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting.
Let's clear the room a bit.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. Vamos a
Good morning again, everyone. Let's start with the inauguration of this summit. Representatives from the from the municipality of Madrid, dear Juan Carlos, welcome to the side of the European institutions of the European Commission. A representative of the European Parliament in Spain. I would like to ask you for a bit of silence. To reach agreements is always necessary, both in Europe and around the world, but to defend the human rights is a duty of us all. This is why, since 2017, the European Parliament and this office, this bureau, has been cooperating with the organizations of MADO and with the organization of this event. And in particular, since 2019, we are offering this site, this center for the European institutions for organizing these summits, always hand in hand with the European Commission. The European Parliament is very much aware of the needs of the LGBTQIA plus community, and we are very aware that we do not share all the same rights within the European Union. There are 150 members of parliament who are working voluntarily on a daily basis to defend the rights of this community. For instance, we have today Juan Fernando López Aguilar, who is one of these MPs, and that from the 16th of July, he will remain in this group of MPs. We are at the moment at the period where we are constituting the parliament, and this is a very complex process, creating the new groups for the new legislature. But since January to March, before the elections were called, the European Parliament also showed that they wanted to be very active around this topic that has always been a priority, as it should. Only two resolutions were passed that concern the LGBTQ community. One was to enlarge the number of crimes related to hatred, and also the implementation of the strategy for the European Union related to the equality of LGBTQ community. And these resolutions regretted that the LGBTQ community are still facing challenges to have access to employment. They pointed out that this discrimination affects public health, both physical and mental, for the members of this community. It also regrets that this community is being discriminated when it comes to having access to health services, and it also sanctions and states that the increase of the extreme right movement has led to an increase also in the attacks against this community. This is why it is so important for you to be here today sharing ideas so that the MPs in Brussels can really make note of your ideas so that this can be translated into new provisions. And the doors of the European Parliament are always open to you, as Juan Carlos knows very well. Again, from the European Parliament, I want to welcome you again to all of you today. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to show you a video sent from from the Ambassador of the European Union on Gender and Diversity in the European Commission.
Madrid Summit. Esteemed guests, thank you for inviting me to this Madrid Summit and the vibrant celebration of Madrid Pride. As EU Ambassador for Gender and Diversity, I wish I could have joined you in person to celebrate with you. Let me state at the outset, Pride and all Pride Week activities remain crucial today as powerful platforms for advocating equality for LGBTIQ+ persons. Unfortunately, such platforms are still needed very much, even today. We observe pushbacks on human rights globally, with strong anti-rights movements in various continents, influenced and supported by powerful organizations. They have substantial financial means to back up their anti-LGBTIQ narratives and disinformation campaigns. The EU is determined to stay true to its commitments. We are guided by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that, already 75 years ago, stated that, and I quote, "the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family are the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." This continues to be our compass. I would say that for the EU External Action Service, defending and promoting the human rights of LGBTIQ+ persons is a fundamental part of our human rights agenda. That includes the substantial support to human rights defenders worldwide who stand up for this cause, sometimes at the risk of their own lives. In 2024, the EU has already delivered 91 emergency support grants to LGBTI human rights defenders at high risk and funded the operational, survival, and continuation of activities for 12 grassroots LGBTI organizations operating in the most challenging environments. The support of our EU delegations is key. This is why the EES continuously encourages delegations to engage with local, regional, and national civil society, giving platforms to activists, a safe haven to those who need it, and tailoring our approaches to the local context. In the word of our Secretary General, Stefano Sonnino, doing no harm does not mean doing nothing. Coordinating with like-minded states is an imperative, as we have done both in Uganda, Ghana, and Iraq, concerning the most recent initiatives to further criminalize LGBTIQ persons. Fortunately, we are not alone in this work, and while we see worrying trends all around us, there is also positive news. In Sri Lanka, for instance, there is a bill to decriminalize consensual same-sex relations, and we have continuously engaged with the MP proposing it. In Namibia, we saw the High Court overturning the colonial-era law criminalizing same-sex conduct. Our delegation in New York is a member of the UN LGBTI core group, which advocated during a long time for the recently launched UN LGBTI strategy. There is progress, and our job is to support it to the measure of our ability. Upholding diversity and inclusion is a responsibility for all of us. Nevertheless, we must realize that those among us with greater decision-making power hold greater responsibility. The collective effort to defend the human rights of LGBTIQ+ persons drives change, benefits everyone, and inspires hope for a future in which everyone can thrive. That is what Pride also stands for. Let us continue to support these initiatives with dedication, knowing that together we can create a world where everyone's potential is realized. I wish you a happy Pride.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, to all people who are here today. This hall that is particularly crowded today. I know that for some of you this might be uncomfortable, but the truth is that for us as organizers who have been doing this for many years, it is a source of pride to see the hall so crowded. And also we want to thank all those of you who are following the event online, and we want to thank the Bureau of the Parliament and the Commission who open the doors for us every single year and who work very hard to make this event possible. My name is Juan Carlos Alonso. I am the General Coordinator of the Madrid Orgullo organization. There's an extremely broad team of people working to make this event possible. And I would like to thank in particular Joseph, Ben, Susanna, and the wonderful team in the summit that makes this dream possible and that makes it grow year after year. First of all, we will have some institutional welcoming words. The summit is possible thanks to the support of private entities and also public institutions. The main sponsor of this Madrid Orgullo is the municipality of Madrid, and I want to thank them for the support year after year. And to this event, we are here with Paula Gomez Angulo, who works for the municipality of Madrid. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Thank you, Minister, the rest of the authorities here. It is a great honor to be here representing the municipality of Madrid. We are gathered here to celebrate and vindicate the diversity, love in all its forms. Madrid is a vibrant and open city where diversity is not only welcomed but is also celebrated. Pride is not a party, is a reaffirmation of human rights, of dignity, respect, for all people, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Today, more than ever, we want to recall that the fight for equality is not over yet. Every step we take forward takes us closer to a more free society. It is important for us as from the municipality to work together to break all these barriers and to set the bridges to looking forward. I want to thank all the people who have worked tirelessly to make this week a benchmark not only in our city, in our community, but also around the world. Your commitment, your dedication, your passion are really an example for all institutions. We've been, from the municipality of Madrid, committed with the defense of the freedom, which is something that we, from the public powers, need to defend and lead. We have achieved a very important legal framework. We are the 4th country in the European Union in this sense, but we acknowledge that there's a lot of work to be done, yet this work is something that from the municipality do not only throughout this week, but that we also defend the rest of the year. This municipality has been working intently under 4 premises to ensure equality among all, to defend the rights of the LGBTQIA+, to eradicate any sort of violence, and to raise awareness in the about the respect of the opportunities of the LGBTQIA+ community. To reinforce this cause from the institution that I represent, we work hand in hand with the specialized institutions in order to achieve our goals in an efficient manner. We devote a budget of over €500,000 every year towards projects that are aimed at raising awareness about this community. The municipality also has a cross-cutting program, Violence Zero in Madrid, that encompasses different pedagogical contents so as to prevent violent conducts against the LGBTQIA+ community. Madrid can be proud of being inclusive, diverse, and it's been chosen as one of the best destinations for LGBTQIA+ people, because we are a welcoming city where they feel that they can feel well and be warmly welcomed. We have also given an award to the Association of Lawyers in Madrid for defending the rights of related to equality. Municipality is one of the main sponsors of the Pride, and this has facilitated this event to become the best gay event around the world. And it has also been shortlisted as one of the main capitals in the European Union in terms of inclusivity and diversity. But we have done a lot up until now. We have a lot to do looking forward. We need to be proud and work together, and work also under the knowledge that together we can really create a society that is freer and better for everyone. Thank you very much, Paula. I would like to take this opportunity for welcoming all the authorities that are here with us today. The Minister, welcome. Welcome to your home. Not only the Parliament, also Madrid Pride, and also the General Secretary of Prisons, Don Ángel Luis Ortiz González, and Miguel Ángel Vicente Cuenca. We are also here. We also have here the president of the foundation, Pedro Cerolo, and another MP, and all the authorities who have decided to join us here today. Mado this year has a guest country. This is the first time that we have one, Colombia, and I would like to greet the consul from Colombia who is with us here today, Mr. Rodrigo Díaz Navarro. And now we are going to hear some words from Carmen Caballero from the Pro Colombia Foundation.
Muchas gracias, como lo acaban de decir.
Thank you very much for all your words. As you just said, we are very proud of being the first guest country to MADO, and from Latin America, in such an important event. Thank you again. Also here in the House of the European Parliament, we want to thank you on behalf of the government of Colombia. I would like to greet especially Mr. Fernando Marlasca and our designer, Santiago, and our consul from Colombia, who has done a great deal to make us be part of this MADO, and the director of the Bureau of ProColombia in Madrid, and the full team of ProColombia in Madrid. ProColombia is the agency that promotes the investments, attracts investments from Colombia in terms of exports and tourism. We have 24 bureaus around the world, and we work in 32 regions. This is a very powerful promotion agency, and under this presidency, it's the first time in the history of Colombia that we have created the Ministry of Equality, presided by the Vice President Francia Marquez. She is also the Ministry of Equality, and we have taken many steps towards equality. For us, peace, to live in peace, to choose what a person wants to do with their life, that means living in peace. And this is the way we're moving forward in Colombia in order to have our full rights as a community and as people. From Colombia, well, Colombia has always been a democratic country since 1993. That was the first time that there was a change of sex in our country. Since 1996, we said no to discrimination. In this case, discrimination of people by their gender identity. Also, later, it was stated that the homosexual couples could connect their partners, people could connect their partners under the national health system. And also, since 2015, people can ask for a sex change in their ID cards, what you call here DNI. In 2016, the same-sex marriages were approved, and the court determined that no judge or notary public can refuse to approve, to celebrate, to hold same-sex marriages. So this has been a path, but the strongest step that we have taken from the government, from this progressive government, the biggest step that we have made is the creation of the Ministry of Equality. With this ministry, we have been able to create important policies that we are following. For instance, the Directorate for the Guarantee for ensuring the rights of the LGBTQ+ community. Also, in the Vice Ministry of Diversity, there's a team made up by professionals belonging to the LGBTQIA+. And in fact, today we are going to hear Francesca McCoy. She is the director of the Bureau. She will be with us online this afternoon, and there is an investment project has been approved related to dignity and diversity in order to provide further guarantees of the rights of people in Colombia, in order to develop a very well-structured work and to move forward for the rights of the LGBTQIA+ community. With all this, I mean to say that we are working from our government, that our progressive government, with our president and vice president, we have decided that Colombia is fully committed with a future where diversity is considered as a source of strength, of robustness, of development, that we want to keep building an inclusive future, the one that we deserve as a human right. We deserve as a human right to live in a free country. And we invite you all to visit Colombia, a country of beauty.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Carmen. We have many reasons to invite Colombia as the first guest country at this year's MADO edition, but I would like to highlight one of those reasons this year, and I have two of the people here in the panel that I would like to greet. Leni Etsum from Ukraine and former president of ECOA, the European Association of Pride Week organizers, and Mr. Highright from India and co-president of Interpride. The Interpride, this is the World Organization of Pride Organizers. And this table we will talk about the importance of visibility in the streets. And I said that it's important to have Colombia present because Interpride actually does organize a yearly General Assembly, annual General Assembly, where organizers from across the 5 continents meet together to discuss and to look at the challenges of the LGBTQIA plus in the world. And this year, this World Congress will take place in Medellin, in Colombia. For the first time, Interpride will organize its assembly in South America, and it will take place in Medellin, in Colombia. So if you needed one more reason, I think this will be the epitome for this conference to create a new organization, OLA, O-L-A, Orgullo Latin America, Latin American Pride, that will be officially founded and created during the Interpride yearly conference in Medellin, Colombia. And we were talking about the importance of Pride Weeks, Pride events, and the visibility in the streets. And the two people here with me know a great deal of that because they lead the 2 most important organizations that mobilize millions of people from across the world. As the representative of MADO, Madrid Orgullo, we had a clear vision of the importance of international projection and to join these global associations from 2005. Madrid Orgullo is part of COA. And when you are a member of COA, due to the agreement among the organizations, is automatically a member of Interpride. I had the privilege to be part of the COA management team for 14 years. We have worked together, we have made a great progress. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Leni to tell us about the importance of the Orgullo, of the Pride movement across Europe, and what visibility in the street actually can entail.
Thank you so much for this beautiful introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to speak on such an important topic. So I want to pause here, I was struggling without translation, but if you need to take this thing and for better understanding, so I can pause, right? I am here representing European Pride Organizers Association. This association was established more than 30 years ago as a unity of European prides to make the Pride movement more visible on the European level. And we, as European Pride organizers, we are holding a Europride license, so the biggest pride in Europe, that would invite and unite all the prides, and all the prides will be marching together. And over 30 years ago, one of the first Europrides was here in Madrid. And today we're celebrating this event in Madrid, and today we're here as a unity of more than 100 prides all over Europe. European Pride Organizers Association is a political association, first of all. Our political task is to advocate for LGBTQI rights, to advocate for the Pride movement, for freedom of assembly, and for visibility of LGBTQI people all over the region. And when I say the region, I mean we are a big unity. We're not just European Union, we're beyond. So I am from Ukraine, and here is my colleague from Georgia. We have colleagues from Turkey and other countries around Europe, European Union, that are represented in European Pride Organizers Association, and we are working for making visible prides in the places where being out of the streets as dangerous. Last weekend, we had Europride. We celebrated Europride in the Thessaloniki in Greece. It was a very important event for all of us who were there, for all the European Pride movement, because Greece is a country where this year same-sex marriages were adopted, finally, after years of fight. And I think this fact deserves the round of applause. Please celebrate Greece. Marriage equality is a very important right for LGBTQI community all over the world, and specifically in Europe, we're fighting for that in every country. So the Europride in the Thessaloniki took place on Saturday. And then on Sunday, Istanbul activists were trying to march. And the Pride was banned. And the government did everything to prevent people from marching. The activists were very brave, and they actually were out on the streets. And they were very proud, and they were marching. And over 20 people were arrested, unfortunately. And that's why we're here, and that's why we're fighting, and that's why we're together. Because like nobody free until we all are free. And we need to support our people all over the place in the region where we're working. I myself, as a trans-identified person, and I was elected as a president of the European Pride Organizers Association last year when I was advocating for the bigger visibility of all the people beyond the first three letters in LGBTQI plus family. And I was elected because this visibility is very much supported in the Pride movement today. We need more visibility for trans people, for intersex people. We need more visibility for female-identified people in the Pride movement. And this is a visibility issue number one today for the European and for the world Pride movement as well. So this is the agenda that we're working with today. And this is a very important issue that we will be discussing at our annual general meeting in October, and then an Interpride meeting in Colombia later this year, right? And this is when we need all the support from you. Because visibility and inclusion starts from every one of you personally. When you Pride, when you invite to Pride, your friends who are identifying as trans, as intersex, as female, when you make a space for them, when you include, this is what we are fighting for, and this is what we are starting with. And when the Pride movement opens its doors for many, many, many identities, and with that, we make those identities visible, we make the space for people, and we make appeal to governments, and we make appeal to people in power to actually give the space for people who need more rights, give the space for people who are oppressed, and give them an opportunity to have a word, to have a say in the rights that they are fighting for. And with that, I will come back to you, Juan Carlos, right, and we'll continue the conversation.
Pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Eleni, for your words, for having given this very clear vision. What cannot be seen does not exist, and that is why this is super important to be visible, to be visualized, and be visible not just in Troika, not just in the center of Madrid, but rather being visible in each and every of the little villages across our country and across the world. These organizations are fighting for this visibility in the part of the world where it is most difficult and hardest to be part of the LGBTQAI plus community. People are not only putting their lives in danger, they are actually killed for being what they want to be, for being different from the norm. From this difficulty in hostile environments, we have somebody who knows a great deal of this, a new guest, Rahul. He comes from Mumbai, from India, where things are rather different, and also has a vision, a global vision of the movement, since he's one of the co-presidents of this World Association of Pride Organizers. Rahul, you have the floor.
Hello everyone, a very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much, Juan Carlos, for the introduction. My name is Rahul. I go by they, them. I am the founder and director of Gandhinagar Queer Pride Foundation, an organization based out of Gujarat in India. And I am also one of the co-presidents of Interpride, an international organization that has been in existence for the last 41 years and advocating for the LGBTQ movement worldwide. To give you a brief about Interpride, we are a member-based organization with more than 400 members all over the world, and we have some proud partners like IPOA to be with us in this Pride movement. As Juan Carlos mentioned in the beginning, every year we organize our general meeting and world conference, and the idea is to bring people all over the world at a place to discuss the LGBTQ issues and to see the way forward. We have been organizing this AGM and world conference and inviting people, activists, pride organizers, specifically from the under-reserved regions, underprivileged regions. We have several scholarship programs through which we are inviting those pride organizers. Then we help other pride organizations to organize pride events in their region, specifically where it's not an easy task to organize a pride parade. And I'll come to that in a while. We have grant program through which we provide grants to those pride organizers. Speaking of pride, well, it is said that pride, the first pride was a protest and it will always be. And the reason I believe is because every here and there, the laws keep on changing. We keep on going backward. If I can give you a very brief example, in 2018, India decriminalized homosexuality. And there was a law of the Indian Penal Code, Section 377. A part of it was, which criminalized homosexuality was decriminalized. But recently, as of July 2nd, the ruling government, they just removed that Section 377 and brought a new law, which very disturbingly does not provide any legal protection to men, to transgender individuals and animals against sexual violence. So according to this new law, rape against men, trans individuals and animals is not a criminal offense anymore. Seems like things we have been fighting for over the years, and now we are back to the same spot. And this is just one incident. There are many more. Since I have been closely working with pride organizations, specifically in Asia and South Asian regions, I know for a fact that what we have prides in Europe, in United States or Canada, the same is not the situation in other parts of the world. For example, in Bangladesh, they can't have any physical pride parade. And I'm not speaking on their behalf because I know how things go on. I have been closely working with the Pride organizers. They have been organizing Pride virtually. And even though they have been getting death threats by several groups. So again, circling back to the same point, Pride was a protest, is a protest, and will always be. Let me talk about visibility. And I think visibility is the essence of any movement. And it's just not within the society or in the society, it's within our structure, our organization as well. For a very long time, Into Pride, as they say, is an international organization, so it needs to have international visibility from different parts of the world. This is what I am bringing to Into Pride, visibility of South Asian Pride organizations, Asian Pride organizations onto the in the organization. Talking a little bit about Pride in my home state. It's not same as what we have here. It's primarily we tend to make it a protest. Most of the time we just walk on the street raising slogans. Most of the time it's under the fear that we can be said no to the police permission, because the permission that we are given is on the condition that it can be revoked anytime if there is any VIP movement on those streets. There is always this fear of getting detained for no reason. So this is what we are experiencing. There have been several laws which have come into existence which are really regressive, and that is why we are fighting for our rights. Some people say that, oh, we have given you this, we have given you space in the society. Well, you haven't. It is us who have taken our well-deserved space, and will keep doing that. And I think this is why all of us have gathered here to amplify the cause. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Raúl. Yo estos días he contestado ya varias veces a dos preguntas, ¿no? Una que es la típica, que se repite año tras año, que es, ¿pero es necesario seguir celebrando el orgullo? Yo podría trasladar...
Is it really necessary to continue to celebrate Pride? And I could actually convey this question, or transfer this question to the colleagues here in the panel, but I think you all know the answer. It is not just necessary, but it is actually fundamental, paramount to continue to celebrate Pride. And then, with regard to the second question that I hear very often, that says that maybe the LGBTQIA plus group has come too far. And let me just say that we haven't even started to make progress or make as much progress as we should in the achievement of the rights and equality that we deserve. Because if a given right, if it is not the same for all of us, it is not a right, it's a privilege. I would like to open a Q&A session in case there is somebody in the room that wants to ask a question to the members of the panel, or whether we have any questions in the chat.
Aquí tenemos una pregunta, por favor.
I think we have a question here, please. Hello, Alvaro Soleta from Aculca Foundation in Madrid. I would like to ask you whether there's a problem, which is already a world problem, the extreme right, the far right, how many democracies in the world are moving towards the extreme right, whether this is affecting LGBTQIA plus movements, for instance, in India, who's governed by the right now as a nation, as a democracy, and whether in European countries, for the European colleague, whether it would be necessary to think about strategy, a political strategy that goes, that's a lot stronger and that goes beyond in those countries where the extreme rights are now in power. For instance, in Holland, something that would imply in coming years open persecution for everything that is related to LGBTQ movement. Thank you.
And yes, it is affecting, and I think it's a ripple effect. Even if the right of a single individual is denied, the right of the entire community is denied. And India, being the largest democracy, could have set an example for the entire nations, but unfortunately, this is not the case. There have been laws, as I mentioned, which are very, very regressive. And just to give you an example, and I will also be covering in the next panel, there was absolutely no mention of the LGBTQ rights in the current party's manifesto this year's election. Absolutely no mention. Second thing, there have been some work done for the transgender welfare, and I'll give you an stats. For the financial year 2022-23, I guess, the budget that was assigned for this for transgender welfare was 30 crores Indian rupees, which is, I think, 300 million Indian rupees. And guess what? How much was used by the end of the financial year? 0.4%. 0.4% was just this percent was used for the transgender welfare. So this is a condition that is happening in India. So it does impact. And second part of the question, I think, the reason why we all have gathered here, and other panelists and speakers from different parts of the world, is we need international support and solidarity. We need support. We need support from the diplomats. We need support from other parts of the world, because this is how we can impose pressure on those governments and on those authorities which are trying to suppress a particular strata of the society. And this is what I would like to urge all of you to please understand the plight of the LGBTQ community in different parts of the country, where it's still a criminal to be gay. It's still a criminal offense to be part of the LGBTQ plus community, where it's still criminal to hold your partner's hand in public. I urge you to have a solidarity for those individuals and community and nations. Thanks.
Thank you for this question, because these political processes that we are observing right now, they are defining our future, right? For the bunch of years, right? For the perspective, right? And they are defining the future of progress in our countries, right? In the region. And right now, the importance of the solidarity that Rahul just mentioned is like beyond everything, right? So that's why organizations like IPO and Interpride, that's why we exist. We exist for solidarity. We exist for uniting the power, right? If the Netherlands community will be fighting against, right-wing governments, right, and trying to kind of insist on their right to march, on their right to be visible, on their own, they might be successful. But if we are together in this, if we are all the activists, all the pride movements from all over Europe are here to support them, they will be much more successful, right? So that's why we exist. That's why the solidarity exists. And that's why all together we're putting a pressure on the governments. We're putting a pressure on the European Union, and with that we can achieve more, right? So we're not giving up. Of course, that was extremely upsetting, right? But today we got news from the UK, and that's good, all right? That's kind of a sign of a progress, right? Yeah, at least there everything is like more or less okay. Well, but then we're waiting for October elections, right? Well, and kind of, well, the whole world is kind of looking at this, and we don't know what awaits for us there. But still, kind of, we are ready. We're ready to take it and to fight, right? It's not the first for us, right? And, well, we're here, we're queer, we're not going anywhere. That's it.
Tendríamos tiempo para una última pregunta.
We might have time for last question. Well, Raul wants to add something.
That I also want to, emphasize here that all of us somewhere are privileged that we all have been able to come here together and talk about these things. There are many people back at home who are not as privileged as we are. Ask that transgender individual who has to sell her body for merely $1 every night. Ask this transgender individual who has to beg on the streets at the traffic lights, yet nobody is ready to pay or give this transgender individual a job. They are not privileged as we are. So let's use this privilege of ours to do something for the community, because if the rights are not for them, as Juan Carlos mentioned, it's a privilege merely. Thanks.
Creo que aquí había una pregunta.
I think there was a question over there. We can't hear the question because there is no microphone.
Sí, es una.
Yes, it is a question for Rahul. Could you elaborate more on this going back in India in LGBTQ rights, and what relationship it can have, whether it has whether it is down to the politics or maybe the religion? Thank you.
Oh, I love that question. Politics and region, these are the two governing things that are happening right now in India. And I have to say that, currently the government, plays this religion card very, very well. Religion doesn't teach you to hate somebody. None of the religion teaches you to hate somebody based on any of the diversity. Just to give you a couple of instances. The current ruling government has a very long history of saying homophobic and transphobic remarks and justifying their remarks based on religion, right? They say that religion doesn't allow homosexuality. Well, says who? The same minister who has been found watching some pornographic material in the parliament. Right? They say that it is immoral. They say that this is something which we have adopted, the community has adopted from the Western culture. To those people, I just want to say that go back and read the authentic material, read the authentic manuscript, not WhatsApp forwards. And then you'll realize that this homosexuality, the entire idea of gender being fluid, is there in the manuscripts. There have been several examples. We talk about religion. There have been number of stories that are there in the mythological stories. And one quick example I would like to give is, so there are temples, India is home for temples. There is a specific temple called Khajuraho temple, which has this carvings of deities. These deities, you'll see, they are engaged in all kinds of sexual activity, homosexuality, bisexuality, you name it and you'll find it there at the periphery of the temple. So you can't deny that these things are something that we have adopted from Western culture, or these have never been part of Indian culture or religion. No. And how this is, how the government is playing. Government have been really influential on people, and they have the audacity to change the narrative in their favor. Another example. So last year there was a widespread news, and the news title says this particular individual who is a minister from the current ruling party is an ally to the LGBTQ+ community, which is far from the truth. He is the same person who has opposed decriminalization of homosexuality openly in public. It's on record. He is the same person who disagrees with the idea of two men holding hand. He is the same person who disagrees and opposes the same-sex marriage legalization. And then the media calls this person a true LGBTQ ally. Insane. So this is how the current government is playing with people's emotion, because people somehow are blind for the religion. Whatever these people are teaching them, telling them, they are blindfoldedly following them. And this is how it is harming the entire community.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. We need to finish, but I would just like to hold your hand. Please hold your hand together. This is the family that organizes Pride across the world. For each insult, for each hatred crime we receive, we shall respond with reasoning. For each flag that the European Court of Justice removes from a public industry, from a public building, we shall fill our houses and our clothes with the flags of the groups. For each street we are denied to pass through, we will have a whole bunch of people claiming for diversity. Happy Pride.
Pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, dear colleagues. We shall continue with a very emotional event that will happen right now. And please take a seat, or you can stay where you are, because we don't have any seats available, so you better stay there where you are.
Bueno, me cambio de sitio, pero sigo siendo el mismo.
I will change my place, but I'm still me. Every year at the MADO, we give certain awards. We have an award-winning ceremony. This year we could not have a gala award-winning ceremony as usual, but we didn't want to miss the opportunity to award these special awards. It is a very special award that we're going to grant right now, and one that I am very happy to grant. 70 years ago, in 1954, the LGBT group was included in the law against public scandals. Under this law, thousands of people were imprisoned and tortured. Las Noches de Tefía talks about the stories of these people. It takes us back to Spain in black and white. The series reflects how a group of those prisoners managed to survive the hell that surrounds them. After 55 years of the modification of that law, we want to recover the memory of those who suffered so much due to the fact of being different of what the norm imposed. That's why MADO 2024 would like to grant one of its awards to the series of Nights of Tefía, created and directed by Miguel del Arco.
Para entregar este premio,
to grant this award, we have the honor, we are proud to have with us Ministry of the Government of Spain, Mr. Fernando Grande Marlaska, who's joining me on the stage now. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you to MADO, and also thank you, Juan Carlos, for having invited me in order to deliver this award that is so special. And thank you, of course, to the representation of the European Commission and the European Parliament for letting to be here in your house, because we're all Europe. The values that are being built by Europe are those that make us strong, and the values that require that we stay very alert due to the threats that we see in some of the countries in the European Union. Juan Carlos was saying that this is a special award because this country, Spain, can be a reference at a world level in terms of acknowledging the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community. And we are privileged, unlike what is happening in other countries. In many countries, we are enjoying rights that we are entitled to have and to enjoy as human beings, because we're talking about human rights. We're not talking about the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community. We're talking about human rights. This needs to be very clearly stated. You talked about 45 years since the derogation of these Spanish law about social rehabilitation that came from another older law that allowed for people to be put into nursery homes, submitted to degrading treatments just because they wanted to live the way they were, the way they felt, just because they were gays, lesbians, transsexual people. And just because of this, they were submitted to degrading conditions. They were tortured, they were arrested, and the only thing anybody needed was to have a claim against those people from a neighbor, from a random person. And I would like to talk about something in particular. If we think about it, our constitution, the constitution that protects us all, dates from 1 year before this pernicious law was derogated. So for a full year, this country, and under this constitution, was indecent enough to sustain this pernicious law. 55 years ago, Stonewall took place. This is the moment where we all rose in the defense of these rights, but not by the end of the 80s. Unfortunately, in this country, the public scandal crime was still in place. And after the law that I mentioned before was derogated, this law was used to criminalize the LGBTQIA plus conducts. Those conducts were criminalized under this new law. And as a Minister of Justice, Mr. López Aguilar had the privilege of working with Pedro Cerolo and with President Zapatero. And he also had the honor of passing the same-sex marriage law that was passed in 2005 in this country, and later the gender identity law in 2007. In this government, I feel very proud that we have passed the Same Treatment Act, the so-called Cerolo law, and the LGBTQ Act as well. And we will keep working on this. But let me wrap this up by saying that we have not accomplished all our goals, because we know that there are certain autonomous communities where they have decreased the rights that had been earned and acknowledged in our country, and to take steps back in this sense. And this is the most serious warning for us, to be alert, to stay alert, and to be aware that we are still uncomfortable for certain sensibilities, for certain people. So we are a privileged country, but realize what could happen in a privileged country such as ours. But let's go back to the award. I would like to say that Nights in Tefía, Miguel del Arco, performs a brilliant translation of what the dictatorship meant, what the community repression meant, and what this entailed for the lives of so many people who were not allowed to be who they really were. So I would really show my gratitude for this wonderful series that brings us to the past, so that we are aware that we still need to keep fighting for the present, for the future. And I would like to thank Buendia Studios and Atres Media to participate in this project. And also to participate in this project so that they raise awareness in society. And I would like to also mention that the series is also based in a piece of work from Mr. Atin, the trip to the core of the indignity of not acknowledging human rights. So again, I would like to thank Mado and all the organizations that participate and sponsor this. This is a week for celebrating, for enjoying us together, but also it is a week for fighting for our rights, that are the rights for the whole of society. This is not just a mere celebration. It is also the reflection of a fight for those rights that are the human rights. And with that, Juan Carlos, well, let's see a short video of the series, so that if you haven't seen it, I hope that you can enjoy a few scenes of this marvel.
Si ustedes están aquí es porque son perpetradores de hechos que ofenden la sana moral. España no necesita maleantes, vagos, proxenetas ni sodomitas.
¡Vamos! ¡No quiero ver a mujeres! ¡Quiero ver a hombres! ¡Arriba España!
Los guardias y yo estamos confinados en este lugar con el único propósito de ayudarlos a reconducir sus vidas.
¡Maricones!
A nosotras, el orgullo, nos lo arrancaron a hostias.
¿No cree que es necesario que se sepa lo que pasó en Tefía? Las historias que no se cuentan es como si no hubieran sucedido.
Espero que sepan estar a la altura de nuestro sacrificio.
¡Arriba España! ¡Arriba! ¡Viva Franco!
Déjate llevar, acepta lo increíble, el límite de lo posible, revienta al imaginar.
A ver si te enteras de una puta vez que yo no soy libre. Yo soy libre en el Tindaya.
Bienvenidos al Tindaya. Bienvenidos al Tindaya. Bienvenidos al Tindaya. Bienvenidos al Tindaya.
Pues ahora.
Now, we've said that we had to grant this award, so the creator of the award, please give this award to the minister, and we ask the Miguel del Arco, the director and creator of the series, to join us on stage, accompanied by Montse Garcia, the director of fiction of the producing company, and also the director. They are accompanied by the director of the series.
Buenos días.
Hello. Thank you very much. Juan Carlos was saying that what you don't see does not exist, and I think that fiction really establishes the narrative, and sometimes it is there to sustain our memories, the memories sometimes that some people want to put aside. It is a great honor for me to receive this award during the celebration of the Pride Week. I would like to share this prize with the whole crew that made possible this series. It is not often that the whole crew, such a numerous crew, is so committed to this project. I would like to share this with the co-director of the series, Rómulo Aguillaume, with also Buendia Studios for being brave to take the step and develop this series. Also with Atres Media Televisión, because they did not set any red lines for us to tell this story, where in a country where it's been so difficult to tell what was happening under the dictatorship, and especially at a time where there is a sector that is growing, that is threatening, that wants to display their pride for the dictatorship, that pride should embarrass them and should put them to shame. So this was very brave of her. But I would also want to receive this reward on behalf of Mr. Garcia, who was the protagonist of the story, and Julian Curbelo, another man from the Canary Islands who got into Tefía, this prison, accused of being homosexuals under this pernicious law. And also on behalf of all those women, those men upon whom we have been building a right to love with freedom. Freedom is a word that we hear all the time nowadays. It's become a buzzword, and as Luis Garcia Montero was saying recently, this word is losing its proper sense when you really deprive it from equality and diversity. So thank you very much.
Pues muchísimas gracias a todos.
Well, thank you very much. It's almost lunchtime. Don't worry, it's almost there. The minister and myself were talking about the fact that 45 years this law was modified, not derogated. Now some laws are being changed again, but in this case to remove more rights. Our dearest Pedro Cerolo used to say that you conquer the right, you defend the right, you enjoy the rights. And it is the time now to defend those rights. So now we need to fill all the streets of Madrid with our screams of happiness, of joy, and the celebration of the Madrid Pride Week for us, for those who came before us, for those who will come after us. And what better way to wrap this ceremony than a music event, a show. We have a Colombian rapper singer who is going to tell us about the issues of the community that we're still facing. Kate Lynch for all of you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Kay Lynch, and I come from Madrid, Dinamarca, a small town outside the capital of Colombia, full of dreamers. It is an honor to have a voice in this space for a woman like me who understands music as a sort of a space and a mechanism of gender resistance, of diversity. Colombia is a country of beauty. It is a rich country. It is a diverse country, but we're still trying to gain more in terms of the preservation of rights. And I'm talking today on my own behalf and on behalf of all women who have made their careers in art, because we understood that this is an instrument to democratize gender and to have access as diverse people. Women from popular neighborhoods in Colombia, we exist, we are tough, we are powerful. And the fact that I am here speaking from the global south is the living proof that we exist. it's been said that the music, that this world is a world where we can live diversity, but in the real life, there are very few people who have their paths within diversity. This is why it is so important to be speaking here on my own behalf, on behalf of women, on behalf of the artists, on behalf of the Latin population who come here to fight and to find a new future. We are fighters. And I will take this minute that I have on the stage to wish long life to women, to queer, and in Latin America. Thank you very much.
Quiero agradecer.
I would like to thank thank Mado and ProColombia for their invitation, and I wouldn't like to leave you without singing you a little bit of my history. This sounds okay? Okay, let's give it a try.
Gracias. Va. No ha sido fácil por lo que se ha pasado y se me ha puesto para arriba par veces del paseo, así que díganle a la nena que fui ayer que se ponga tranquila, ay, que todo va a estar bien. Ya, el rap me ha llevado lejos, aunque sea en buseta, y la única paga que me ha dado ha sido el moralejas. Es que es de ahí, como diría la abuela, de algo tendrá que servir tanta fregadera. La ambición le cambió al que con arepa se crió, pues el hambre y la presión se inflan en misma proporción. Taparse en plata con lo que se ama no es sencillo, pero así se llena primero el carácter que el bolsillo. Y ahí para arriba, lo que llegue es añadidura. Se gana al volverse un ser parado ante la vida caridura. Por mi parte ya intenté lo de echar culpas, sin saber qué error que asuma. Valor me suma y ya me han pateado con la zurda. Y vuelvo y pongo la cara y cada vez más firme y churra. Soñar si cuesta un resto y más siendo de un barrio noble, donde acciones de paz se ven solo en los Nobel del TV. Bye. Gracias.
No voy a cantar, no os preocupéis.
Don't worry, I'm not planning to sing. So, let's conclude this morning session. You have snacks upstairs, and we will be meeting again in half an hour. Thank you to all.
Hey. on a sea of faces. Russian nonsense at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me. And I'm drifting, 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 set to dreams on a sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go, driven by the sidewalk streams. I'm sliding through sound, headed for the dreams, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Feeling fine, I'm breathing free. Just wondering about the windy city. Listen to the sun that flows, the light that shines so bright. Just let my mind go. While I'm drifting and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting. alone on a sea of faces. Russian nonsense at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me. And I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Drifting by the sidewalk streets, I'm sliding through sound, headed by the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Feeling fine, I'm breathing free. Just wondering about the windy city. Listen to the sun that flows, the light that shines so bright. Just let my mind go. While I'm drifting and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting. Drifting, yeah, drifting, drifting on the noon, drifting on the noon, and I'm drifting, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm drifting, 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 sliding, escaping, drifting, breathing, hey. Gotta keep on moving, gotta keep on roaming, gotta keep on roaming, and I move and I move and I'm breathing, drifting, I'm escaping, I'm breathing and alone, but I'm drifting and alone, and I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting and alone, when I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting, yeah, yeah. Drifting alone on a sea of faces, Russian masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. like the sidewalk streams. I'm sliding through sound, headed for the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Feeling fine, I'm breathing free. Just wondering about the windy city. Listen to the sun that flows, the light that shines so bright. Just let my mind go. While I'm drifting and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting. Gotta keep on roaming, gotta keep on roaming, and I move and I'm breathing, drifting, I'm escaping, I'm breathing and alone, but I'm drifting and alone, and I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting and alone, when I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting, yeah. Drifting alone on a sea of faces, Russian masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. wanna see your faces, Russian nonsense, 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Drifting, 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 drifting. flashing lights since 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me. And I'm drifting, 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 set to dreams on a sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go, driven by the sidewalk streets. I'm sliding through sound, headed by the dreams, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Feeling fine, I'm breathing free. Just wondering about the windy city. Listen to the sun that flows, the light that shines so bright. Just let my mind go while I'm drifting and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 and I know that I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting. living by the sidewalk streets. I'm sliding through sound, headed by the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Feeling fine, I'm breathing free. Just wondering about the windy city. Listen to the sun that glows, the light that shines so bright. Just let my mind go. While I'm drifting and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 and I know, and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, 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 yeah, drifting, drifting, and I know, drifting, and I know, and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm drifting, 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 sliding, escaping, drifting, breathing, hey. Gotta keep on moving, gotta keep on roaming, gotta keep on roaming, and I move, and I move, and I'm breathing, drifting, I'm escaping, I'm breathing, and alone, but I'm drifting, and alone, and I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting, and alone, when I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting, yeah, yeah. Drifting alone on a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. drifting on the road and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm drifting, drifting, yeah, yeah, drifting, drifting on the road, yeah, drifting on the road and drifting on the road and I'm drifting, I'm drifting, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm sliding, I'm drifting, 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 sliding, escaping, drifting, breathing, hey. Gotta keep on moving, gotta keep on roaming, gotta keep on roaming, and I move and I move and I'm breathing, drifting, I'm escaping, I'm breathing and alone, but I'm drifting and alone, and I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting and alone, when I'm drifting, yeah, when I'm drifting, yeah, drifting alone on a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. on a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me. And I'm drifting, 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 set to drift on a sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go, driven by the sidewalk streets of sliding through sound, headed by the dreams that I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting, 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 drifting. alone on a sea of faces. flashing lights since 6:30, leaving my feet to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting.
In English, but in Spanish I will be using the plural with the feminine form. I will start with Juan Fernando López Aguilar. He's president of the Commission from the European Parliament devoted to these topics. He's also professor and has a degree in sociology and has a master in the Fletcher School of Diplomacy from Boston, Massachusetts, and he also holds a chair in the University of Bologna. He's also an expert in compared law and different judiciary systems. He has been a guest professor in different universities, and he also was the Minister of Justice for several years, and he also plays rock.
Juan Fernando, it's a great honor to have you here. Thank you for being here with us. I would like to ask you what do you make of the evolution of the LGBTQ plus rights in the European Union, and whether there are any going back? Good afternoon. Thank you for your kind words, and it is a great honor for me to be here with all of you in this event celebrating this Madrid Summit for the Madrid Pride, which is also a call to action and a protest. I know that this is not the best time for this kind of meeting. We just had a lunch at this office of the European Parliament and the European Commission in Madrid, but I would like to try and synthesize the point of view of the European Parliament, where I completed my work in recent years, also in answering your question, Eva. The European Parliament is the only European institution that represents directly the citizens. It is the only that is directly legitimate by voting, and this universal vote has just been exercised on the 9th of June. More than 450 million citizens voted and chose the parliament, the representation in the parliament, a parliament that legislates linked to the European, what we could call the European Constitution, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which is binding for all member states. It has the same value as the treaties, and it was adopted back in 2009, and is therefore a last generation charter of human rights. The Spanish Constitution is very advanced, but it dates back to 1978. So the European Charter is 30 years younger. Its clause on discrimination is even more determinant than Article 14 of the Spanish Constitution. It prohibits all forms of discrimination, not just on the basis of race, ideology, sex, beliefs, etc., but also on the grounds of gender identity and sexual orientation. And this Charter of Fundamental Rights gave rise to certain jurisprudence, because as it has the same legal value as treaties, it actually goes on the direct effect. This Article 21 was applied and interpreted by the Court of Justice of the European Union by the member states. This means that, for instance, in 2018, the Court of Justice said it might be the case that there are states that do not yet recognize equal marriage, but what they cannot do is to discriminate against people who were married validly, those where equal marriage is recognized, based on freedom of movement or freedom of residence, or if it's the case with regards to the children in those families. So believe me, this is the first message I would like to convey. The President of a European Parliament who is fully committed in the form of this flag, the flag of the EU and the flag, the rainbow flag. We should be proud of our diversity, this diversity which actually includes everything, not just the diversity of the member states, but also diversity in all different possibilities, and including, of course, sexual diversity, that this acronym LGBTQIA+ actually refers to. And do believe me, the European Parliament has a very plural and varied representation also and composition. And in this European Parliament, the anti-European seats are on the grow. After the Great Recession, the European seats of reactionary and extreme right have been multiplied and has been increasing. However, there is still a majority, a pro-European majority in the Parliament, in the European Parliament, that has passed laws on against discrimination, against hatred crimes, obviously, including hatred crime towards people based on their sexual orientation or gender identity, as well as an array of resolutions and strategies. An LGBTQ plus strategy for 2025 that binds member states and issues recommendations trying to invite member states to eradicate discrimination barriers. We have approved a very impacting number of measures, not only for the LGBTQ plus community whenever it was necessary, but also towards specific diversities, such as, for instance, intersexuality. But what I'd like to highlight is that we are very much aware that across the European Union, just as it happens in Spain, no right is set in stone or has been conquered forever. This is a sentence from Pedro Cerolo. The rights are conquered after they are enjoyed, and we need to continue to defend those advancements, those progresses in our rights, because there are very hostile people. In Poland, LGBTQ+ people, they said that they were obliged by them to sign. It is not acceptable or compatible to say that there is LGBTIQ free zones. Not. The entire European Union should be an LGBTIQ freedom zone, a real freedom zone for the people. But what was first the urban syndrome in Hungary, banning, for instance, the teaching of diversity content at schools, lest the children be contaminated by it. We need to say that it is not acceptable for any extreme right politician to say that in Europe there is a gay ideology that's trying to be imposed and trying to be exported to those nationalities or national sovereignties which are against the gay ideology, and that they are trying to exert pressure or to impose something. You cannot be a member of the European Union and think that way. So that's why we're saying that we have to be very much alert. It was Hungary, then followed by Poland, but now founding countries of the European Union, such as Italy, the Netherlands and France, might actually fall in the hands of the extreme right this weekend. That's why we have to remain vigilant and keep a watch out, and it is not enough. And let me just say this very critically in the European Parliament. It doesn't matter. It is not enough to just build a sanitary a limitation, or it is not enough. We need to ask ourselves about the root causes. Why this pathos of the extreme right is becoming ever more popular among the people. You have to defend values, educate based on values, and of providing a courageous alternative, a cohesive alternative across the European Union, taking into account its diversity. Thank you.
Tengo que decir que voy a descontar.
I must say that I will not count the rounds of applause, because otherwise it will take too much time. Thank you, Juan Fernando, for your contribution.
A mi querida compañera Angélica Polmonari.
I will now go to my colleague, an Italian, local, nationally, and feminist. Angelica is the first female president of Artigae Modena, the main Italian federation of LGBTIQ+ associations. Basis activist, the current co-secretary of the organization we share, and she is also the current chairperson of the Liga Mundo Committee of Women. She has worked as an international consultant and qualified trainer for national institutions and local, regional and international NGO, including also the European Parliament. Welcome. I would like to ask you expressly on the situation of Italy that the European MP just referred to, for the LGBTIQ+ group and also for women. Well, obviously I was afraid before, and right now I will try to do my best, since I am accustomed to speaking in English when I am part of international fora. So I do apologize from the onset. I am very grateful to be here. Thank you, Eva, for your invitation. We are lesbian colleagues and we fight hand in hand on a daily basis, although we come from different countries. I worked for the European Parliament as a parliamentary assistant, and it's a great honor to be sat here. Thank you. And talking about Italy, yes, unfortunately, from the appointment of the first ever perfect female cisgender mother Catholic Italian woman president, this is the way she self-defines herself, as a perfect woman. Giorgia Meloni, I'm talking about, of course. The situation in Italy for the LGBTQIA plus group has started to worsen. I am lucky enough to live in the north of the country, which has always been the most open and progressive part of the country. But also in the north of Italy, the situation is changing and worsening. I suffered, for the first time in my life, a verbal attack, a lesbophobic attack, opposite the office of my association just shortly after the naming of the new government, because Modena has always been a very open city, very welcoming city, and Modena is also changing. What happened with regard to the future of the lesbian mothers was that in absence of a national law in Italy to recognize immediately the parental rights of LGBTQAI plus partners, for instance, if a lesbian couple have a baby, it is only the biological mother will be the only one that's recognized by the state as the mother. And in the absence of a national law, because in 2016 there was the approval of the law on civil unions, but the legislative prohibition that would have been able to have the automatic adoption make a reality, what happened was that fortunately the most progressive council authorities across the country recognized, thanks to birth certificates, they recognized and acknowledged the situation of lesbian couples so that the non-natural mother could have rights over those babies. The town or the city council of Milan received a formal email of the national government through which the government literally requested the Milan council to seize registration of LGBTQA plus children in the registry of the council. But this was not the only case. It was just the first case, because shortly after there was the case of Padua, which was an extremely complex case, because 37 families received a similar email from the government in which the government literally would cancel the parental rights of the non-bearing rights. And what happened is that the organization that Eva and myself belong to sent a call to the member organizations of the ONC across Europe, so that not just the activists but also the civil society from each country could mobilize in support of Italian lesbian mothers. We organized 2 demonstrations, so the Italian civil society started working, and obviously what happened was that the court case in Padua in the first instance rejected the act of the government against lesbian mothers. But at the end of the day, and ultimately the state decided to appeal against the favorable decision of the court. So the families are still involved in those court cases against the state. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Fue muy emocionante estar en...
Thank you. It was very emotional to be in Rome in that demonstration, and they really thanked the presence of international organizations in that support. I would like to take a small leap on the table, and I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, Encarni Bonilla. Encarni was born in Barcelona and started to work in insurance, and she was selected as the delegate of Comisiones Obreras, a Spanish trade union. This is one of the largest trade unions in Spain. In 2002, she moved to Madrid and worked on the trade union activities and became part of the Confederated Secretariat of Comisiones Obreras. She has a certificate, a degree certificate from Carlos III University, which she did her degree at the same time as she gave birth to two babies. She has a master's in communication from Universidad de Valladolid, and 2 years ago, her younger son, Mark, was able to communicate his real identity, and she became a member of youth transgender platform, and she's now the statewide president of this association. I would like you to answer the following question: what situation do you think we are witnessing in Spain with regard to young transgender people? Because we have a legislation that has just been approved, and I would like to know whether you think that this legislation does defend them and protect them well, or are we going back? Thank you. I would like to thank you for the invitation and your kind words in introducing me, Eva. Chrysalis, the first thing I would like to say about it is that what Chrysalis is, the association I belong to, this is an association that was born out of the union of a network of parents of trans children aged from 4 to 25 years. And it is a network to accompany, to assist families that have to support their children in their social transit that they have to go through in this binary society. Indeed, we are currently living a time of setbacks, and these setbacks that we are witnessing are indeed related to the protection that the statewide law has provided. We have to take into account that it does not encompass all competences, taking into account that in Spain the competencies over education and health, which are the ones that affect our youth the most, these competencies are passed on to the different autonomous regions in Spain, and we actually rely on their competencies for our rights to be observed and respected. From the year 2016, approximately, Chrysalis, taking into account that it was born in 2013, so 11 years ago, and there was no regional legislation in virtually no region in Spain. We currently have this kind of regional legislation in 14 autonomous regions. We have trans legislation, LGBTQIA legislation that protects the rights of our children, particularly in education and health. And therefore, we very much depend on the maintenance of those policies. As you may be aware, not so long ago, the regional government of Madrid decided to do the largest cut on LGBTQIA and trans rights ever made in history, in the history of democracy in Spain. And other regions may follow suit, we believe. I would like to start by reading the part related to education that we have included in our own manifesto in Chrysalis, and which is related to what I am saying. This year, the motto chosen by the promoting entities identifies as never before: education, rights and peace, the pride that transforms. Because for Chrysalis, education in diversity should be understood as a fundamental inclusive tool in order to counteract hatred discourse. Nobody could be proud in a country where people cannot live their identity and their sexuality freely. We cannot feel pride to see hatred speech are not tackled in 8 out of 10 schools. and that they are increasing, so much so that the percentage of people who recognize having prejudices in the classroom has increased from 14.6% in 2019 to 35% that recognized this fact in 2021. Hatred impoverishes our society, and the diversity enriches it. For Chrysalids, the rights are conquered and defended. You don't lose them, you don't go back, they don't disappear. Just as our own childhood does not disappear. A country, a government, or institutions that fail to protect the fundamental rights of their children and their youth cannot feel proud and cannot feel that they deserve any political or public role for that matter. It would be a matter of justice that the decision made in the region of Madrid could not be, should go ahead. The members of Chrysalids and the government itself have appealed against the Constitutional Court in order to avoid the legislative act provided and performed by the regional government of Madrid. We hope that common sense will prevail, the same common sense that our families follow to protect our children and our youth. And this, is that it? No more time? Yes, well, we'll give you a few minutes more. I'll just wait for the questions then. If no, you can continue. Well, I'm not sure I'll have time later, so let me just say that all this was followed and it was supported by and through campaigns on the social media and the Spanish media, which in a very irresponsible manner have echoed a very minimum part of transphobic people and have jeopardized and done great damage to families, to children and youth, and to trans people in general, taking into account that they are obliged to protect our children and our youth, and that we are talking about human rights and fundamental rights. Let's not forget that. Hatred speech impoverish, as I said earlier, impoverish the country, and this is the aim and the goal of these campaigns and these legal setbacks that we are witnessing. They want to avoid us being visible. They want to make it impossible for our children to have a normal and happy life and a normal development, inequality vis-a-vis the rest of the cis children. And that's all from me. Thank you. Thank you so much, Encarni.
Va a haber tiempo luego para comentar algo.
We'll have time later to discuss some more things, but actually time flies and 5 minutes are not really that much. It is true that when it comes to the announcement of the appeal before the Constitutional Court has halted the execution of this law, and this gives us certain oxygen or opportunity, but the threat is already there. We will continue in Europe, but not in the European Union, and we would like to welcome now our colleague who just made it here in the room. She just made it from the UK, all the way from the UK, Natasha. I will read out your bio in...
Okay, I'm going to read your bio in Spanish. Natasha Kennedy se define como una niña desde muy temprano.
Natasha Kennedy defines herself as a girl from a very early age, although the conditions were not the right ones for her coming out until 2021. She is a lecturer at Wordsmith College at London University. She's the co-chair of the International Network, Feminist Network of Academic for Equality, Gender Equality. Her PhD at the London College was on a sociological study on young trans people, and she has published many publications in this area. She was in an interracial partnership. She's a very proud Londoner. She is a supporter of Arsenal Football Club and a passionate defender of human rights, a trans defender of human rights, and she is an opposer to Brexit. Natasha, congratulations on the election's result.
¿Llevas los?
Do you have the translation?
Did you remove your?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So, lo primero que voy a, aparte de felicitarte, lo primero que...
So the first thing I will do is ask you whether there is a new era, as we hope, and also ask you what.
For the elections last night, my question for you is kind of double now, not the one that we prepared, but it also related with the fact that do you really think that is a new area now to be open with the elections, and how the situation is for the trans people in the United Kingdom right now?
Okay, can you hear? Okay, I'm going to actually talk about something which I fear is going to go across from the Tory government to the new Labour government. There's a trigger warning here. It's dead children. Okay, it's not very nice. In 2020, the CAS review, some of you have probably heard of the CAS review. It was started to review care for trans children in the UK. It excluded any researchers like myself who were trans. I applied to be in it and they said, no, you can't. On the 1st of December 2020, a court judgment resulted in the National Health Service severely restricting puberty blockers for trans children. On the 17th of September, after that judgment was overturned, the judgment which led to that, but the National Health Service didn't change back to the status quo ante. Since the 1st of December 2020, we now know that there have been at least 16 trans children who have died by suicide because of this judgment. In the 7 years before that, there was just one. Okay. We know that the National Health Service has been covering up these figures, and when CAS was published earlier this year, there was virtually no mention of it. It was glossed over. When CAS was published, there were basically two types of response. If you were a politician or a journalist, it was gold standard, it was really good. If you were an academic, it was pseudoscience. Since then, the CAS review has been rejected by the international community, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Belgium, Germany, all over the world. And academics such as myself have started to publish peer-reviewed critiques of it, because it's not actually peer-reviewed itself.
Sorry, can you take the...
Sorry. It moves, sorry. Now, the British media has been ignoring these criticisms. As far as the British media is concerned, CAS is wonderful. It's also been ignoring the deaths of trans children. The head of Good Law Project, which is a legal campaigning group for human rights in the UK, he tweeted about it more than a week ago, and there's been no response, nothing in the media. We know that there are more than 16 children. We don't know how many, the number exactly. But back in 1996, 16 children were shot dead in a school in Scotland, in Dunblane. That was obviously everywhere in the news. Lots of laws were brought in to stop automatic weapons. Schools were made much safer with electronic entrances and things like that. There's been nothing about this. And the last act of the Tory government just before the election was to ban all hormone blockers completely. You can't even go and get a prescription from EU countries now. So the conditions which caused these children to commit suicide are continuing. In fact, they're getting worse. And the only conclusion I can come to is the phrase cruelty is the point at this point. In the general election we've just been through, trans people's human rights were very much debated, but also they were not debated with any trans people. There was one interview with a trans person in mainstream media, and I think that was quite late at night. And that was it. And I think the problem with this is this focus, particularly by the right and the far right, is that none of the issues that really important issues that relate mainly to women, for example, rape, domestic violence, childcare, low pay, things like that, none of those were discussed at all in the election. Britain has got a very, very low conviction rate for rapists. It's almost made it legal. And the problem I had, it's great to have a Labour government in the UK again, but every time Keir Starmer was interviewed about trans people, he seemed to give away more of my rights. He was making up policy without consulting any trans people, and I think this was particularly problematic. And the root cause of all of this is the media. The media is very, very, very biased against us. 18 anti-trans articles a day in UK media, 6,500 a year, almost nothing by trans people. And that is, in my opinion, the root cause and something we need to start addressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seguimos.
We're remaining in the international arena, but we're going to jump continents, and I'm going to introduce now Ale Cayatza Deeb, born in the city of Rosario in Argentina. They live currently in Buenos Aires. They are a lesbian person, non-binary, with a long track record of researching about conscious food and nutrition, and they participate in activism and different street actions defending human rights and diversity, and they are part of the assembly that have been gathered around the massacre in the poor villages, and they wanted to walk around the room so that we could see her t-shirt. It's a wonderful t-shirt with a very important message. Ale, you are invited back to the table again so that we can hear from this organization, from every organization who has a minimum sense of care, and we want you to convey our best wishes to Sofia. We were hurt, we were moved, we wanted to scream when we heard about this lesbicide in Argentina. So from Spain, from all of us, please give her a big, big hug and tell her that she is not alone.
Ale, Argentina nos tiene el corazón en...
Ale, our heart goes to Argentina. It's an honor to have you here. It's a privilege to have you here, and we are very glad that we can hear firsthand what the situation is at the moment, and you can tell us about some of the cases where you're fighting this state justice.
Ahí está. Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues from the Lesbian Assembly against the Lesbicide in Barracas. I bring their voice here, and I want to thank them for having chosen me to represent this network that we created on the 6th of May of 2024, the very same day that this lesbicide took place. This lesbicide revived the fear, the horror that we are experiencing in our lesbian community. We got together thinking against discrimination and against the heteronormative system, creating this community, this assembly, on behalf of Pamela, Roxana, Andrea, and Sofia. We want to thank the organization Madrid Summit for inviting us for the active listening, and we acknowledge the possibility of presenting this document that has as a goal to highlight the situation that we believe are relevant, in which we want to work to find solutions for from this very minute. Despite the fact that Buenos Aires is supposedly in the avant-garde of the promotion of human rights and the LGBTQIA plus rights, the 6th of May was Buenos Aires saw lesbicide committed within the city. And this is due to the increase of the hate speeches that we hear that are supported by the representatives and followers of the current president of Argentina. The housing crisis has placed us in a situation where we are more vulnerable, and many public policies are being eliminated by the current government of Milei. There are many attacks against our rights agenda. This is why we want to leave the door open to create this network, to enlarge this network, to disseminate the information. But we will name a few things that we think are important. We demand justice for the 3 murders of Barracas. It was a real attack against lesbians. We are requesting international support so that the Argentinian justice can take steps to qualify this attack as a hatred crime. This was a triple lesbicide. We want repair.
Gracias.
Thank you. We want repairs, we want accompaniment, we want care for the rest of the life of Sofia, the only survivor. Enough of those hate speeches. This is not phobia, this is hatred. We have our memories, we have our history. We do not want any more lesbians to be murdered. We are asking for a dignified life for our elderly, for the elderly lesbians. Argentina is a pioneer in the field of human rights, supporting the people who live in Argentina. We are calling upon the world so that public policies are ensured, those that we achieved as a community of the LGBTQIA plus people. We are losing them at a fast track and a fast pace. Since 2021, we are still wondering, where is Tehuel de la Torre? This was a young trans person who disappeared in a democratic country when they went to look for a job in the province of Buenos Aires. We want the charges against Pierina to be removed that tried to accuse her of having painted a wall during one of the marches in the streets of Buenos Aires. Also, justice for Sofia, because nobody commits suicide in a police station. So we're asking for imprisonment for the police in charge. This event took place on the 10th of April of this very year in a province of Buenos Aires. We want freedom for our political prisoners, and also Daniela Colarco was the only lesbian woman who had been imprisoned, and we learned today that she was tried randomly while she was participating in a demonstration while the Senate was debating the law DATE that probably you know can damage the whole of our country. We could go on listing all our claims because unfortunately the current trends are increasing and will be increasing day after day as we cry for our colleagues who have passed away. We want that to go to sleep, to wake up is not a privilege for the heterosexual persons. To go to sleep, to get up is not a privilege for the heterosexual persons. We fight the invisibility of our community. Andrea, Pamela, Roxana, they are here with us. They are here with us now, and they will be forever with us.
He avisado a nuestra última
I told our last participant, Abraham, who's sitting at the end of at the edge of the table, that they would have to speak after Ale, after being moved. So, and he. So Abraham Mesa works in the foundation in San Martín de Torres and community project that accompanies people from the LGBTQIA plus community, especially those who have a problem with drug addictions. And Abraham was not selected by me as our last speaker by chance, but instead because of the connection with the situation of our lesbian comrades in Argentina. It might look like we are very far removed from the situation, but this is not the case. Abraham will tell us what happens in Madrid, and we wanted to go from the broader vision to a more narrow vision. I hope that this is okay with everyone in the room, and also we want to notch it down a little bit, and we hope that we can hear Abraham telling us about the work that they're carrying out in this project. So the floor is yours, Abraham. Thank you. Good afternoon. I come from the technical table to support people in a situation of vulnerability in terms of housing, and we have developed this MAPER report, and I am here to present the results and the conclusions. We will stand up strongly, and we will be fighting against the lesbicide here, now, and forever. And please allow me a few seconds to compose myself, because that was a tough one.
Me gustaría compartir las conclusiones y propuestas.
I would like to share with you the conclusions, the results from this MAPER report that reflect the situation of the LGBTQIA+ people and their urgent needs to improve their quality of life. During the year 2023, 727 people from the community requested accommodation, and we only have 75 places available for these 727 requests. We were only able to carry out 120 services. This alarming number reflects a significant lack of residential care for this group, which can lead to additional risks. Many people are forced to hide their orientation or desire or gender identity in global shelters in order to avoid situations of stress or danger, and others have to work in the sex employment field or carry out sex work. Also, these people are mostly young people with an average age of 34 years old, and they have to face several barriers to inclusion, and they find themselves in uncertain or irregular administrative status. This delays their access to resources and necessary services, and they stay on average about 227.6 days. The lack of emergency places to provide rapid attention to users and the difficulty in the regularization processes further complicate their situation, especially for those who require specific health care or suffer from mental health problems or addictions. On the other hand, it is important to mention again the tremendous difficulties experienced by users in gaining access to registration in the city of Madrid, and how impossible it is to do so in the rest of the municipalities within the region, despite the so-called decree of the delegate of the government area of families, equality and social welfare, approving the criteria to standardize registration in the social services network. It's a long name, and many people cannot access this option due to the non-compliance by the social services centers themselves, so they can only have access to the essential services for which registration is a fundamental requirement. To address these challenges, we offer certain proposals. It is essential to stabilize and increase funding for organizations serving LGBTQIA plus people, homeless people, and to increase the number of available places and create emergency resources to respond quickly to their needs. Also, LGBTQIA plus residential resources should be open to people with specific realities such as addictions, disabilities, mental health problems, without discrimination. It's also imperative to find plans to combat LGBTI phobia and to establish monitoring groups to assess in situations of aggressions, both those that have been reported and those that remain unreported. We also suggest the creation of a manual, a handbook of good practices to fight discrimination against LGBTQ plus people, and that these are supervised by other entities working with this community. Also, we want to improve the employability of LGBTQ plus people, homeless people. We need to improve the international protection system with a special focus on people fleeing their countries due to LGBTQ phobia. Also, it is essential to create a commissioner of good practices to supervise compliance with the registration decree and to extend this possibility to other municipalities in the region of Madrid. These points are crucial to make progress in the fight against setbacks in the rights of LGBTQIA plus people. We need a firm commitment from all parties so that we can ensure that every person, regardless of their orientation or desire or gender identity, has access to a dignified and safe life. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that these proposals are turned into concrete and effective action. And I would like to add two more things. One is an open question. When we talk about setbacks in terms of the LGBTQ plus rights and recovering them for whom? For the people in Europe, or people who come here requesting asylum, when we're seeing these setbacks also in the asylum policies for people who are really in need? And secondly, I think the second thing I wanted to say is that there's no pride in genocide. We need to be aware that there's a genocide, an ongoing genocide of Israel against the Palestinian people. And there are queer Palestinians dying also. It's important to highlight this in the Pride Week too.
Bueno, pues ahora tenemos un ratito para...
We have a few moments to chat. We have discussed so many topics. There are so many questions that come to mind that I think this is going to be tough. But I would like to discuss two main things that I find are key. One of them, when we consider these extreme right and right-wing governments who want to impose their tradition, their morals, etc., what we see is that there is a double standard, actually. There are apparently people who insist a lot in pro-life rights, for instance, but what sort of life? Abraham was mentioning this question, very important question, what setbacks? And the recovery of what rights? For whom? And I would like to ask our panelists to discuss this with regards to this double standard and how much of an imposition that is, and we find, and whatever other take you might have on this topic. Who would like to start? Encarni, I think that you wanted to speak further before. Yes, I would like to insist in this aspect that you're mentioning, this double standard. The first thing I would like to say is that I find it difficult to refrain my emotions. So the fact that we are talking here about this barbaric conducts in other countries, I find it extremely hard. So I cannot guarantee that I will be able to refrain myself. But as our colleague from the United Kingdom has said, our kids are not, they do not commit suicide. They want to live. They want to live with their identity, not as they are imposed, not with the life they're imposed on. So I want to highlight that these are not suicides. And also, these double standard in Madrid and in many places around Spain, we are talking about the LGBTQIA plus as indoctrinating the population. But I am claiming this term. I find it good to the fact that we are indoctrinating, if we are indoctrinating in the good freedom, in the good values, in the positive things. And the bad thing is to indoctrinate in hatred, which is what is being supported by the government of this region of Madrid, presided by the Partido Popular, the Popular Party. So I would like to say that in this region, they have been trying to change the mindset or the progresses that we have made with regards to the LGBTQIA plus community. In particular, in the schools, they did this pinwashing by negotiating this LGBTQIA plus law in 2016, and right after that, they put it in a drawer in the basement, and they have never applied this law. It's been the institutions, the associations, the organizations who have been fighting school by school to the implementation of this law. This was a very useful instrument, although it was not respected. This was one of the few instruments that we had available, and with the derogation of this law, we have been left without any instruments, without any tools in the educational environment, in the academic environment. And what we wanted was to change this vision, because they were trying to tell us that there was no discrimination in the region of Madrid, that those suicides are due to mental health issues, or not because these people were being harassed. And also from this government, they wanted to impose this double standard, highlighting this protecting character, nature of these institutions, telling us that since their parents do not protect these children, the state is there to protect them. So this idea of the children not belonging to their families or to their parents, but to, we don't even know to whom they belong. I don't care if I have to speak up for my children. I will do that all my life. So I'm not afraid of the attacks, but they are cowards. The president of this autonomous region is a coward. She didn't want to meet with us. She didn't want to listen to us. We wrote a letter, 400 mothers sent her a letter through the official channels, and she didn't want to listen to us, and she only pays attention to the people who specifically vote for her. Well, thank you, Encarni, thank you for your work.
Me gustaría que Angélica.
I would like Angélica to reflect on these double standards as well, about the woman, the perfect woman, the unique Giorgia Meloni. My best friend, of course, not at all. If our moderator agrees with me, I would share a local case that took place in Modena, in Italy. In 1978, we passed the law for accepting abortion. So women had a right to have an abortion up until to a certain time. But in Modena, even if you have a very progressive hospital, in the past year, there were two prayer sessions with many people attending these common prayers. There were more than 20 people in front of the hospital praying for women to change their minds about abortions. This too happened in Modena. This is happening in Milan, in Rome, and in the most international cities. And talking about double standards, Giorgia Meloni, after she became our first prime minister woman, she said that the government would not touch this law. And obviously, inside the parliament, a new law, a new measure has been passed that will be allowing the access to the clinics by pro-life groups and anti-abortionist groups. They will be allowed to enter the clinics. And the government is working on another measure, even harder, even tougher, because in Italy there is a two-chamber system, so two-house system, and every law needs to be passed by the two houses. But they have a new project, a new measure, not a decree, but a measure that forced women to listen to the heartbeat of the fetus before they had an abortion. So this is the double standard. No, my government will never touch this law because this is a law that was defended by heterosexual women, and lesbian women managed to have passed several decades ago. So the Prime Minister said that this 194 law from 1978 will not be attacked. But in a very subtle manner, the government is doing everything they can, and also within the framework of European funding, because the two measures I just mentioned would be measures that, if they are passed in the both houses, there will be economic measures supported by the European Union. Yes, because funding is a necessity. Meloni wants families to have children and they cannot have an abortion, but they could take your child away from you because I have not given birth to my dear daughter. So this is something very weird that really blows your mind, because if you're forced to have a child but you cannot really carry your pregnancy to term, or you cannot bring them up, well, if I can add something else, if I'm interrupt, something that really shocked the LGBTQIA plus community is that the state used 37 appeals called single appeals. So what happens is the state needs to appeal case by case, and the Italian state, there's money for that, right? They find the money for these appeals, but not for other important things. Wonderful. Okay, Natasha, I would like you to deal with this double standards with regards to the trans lives and the health treatments. I know that the United Kingdom has been suffering the dismantling of the health services, the educational services as well. Margaret Thatcher, rest in peace, and forever she may rest. She damaged the system greatly, enormously, but it is true that the protection of trans people, the United Kingdom was a pioneer in this sense with regards to the protection of trans lives. And now we're seeing this dramatic situation that you were telling us about.
Yes, it's very difficult when you talk about the sort of pro-life people, that being pro-life seems to end at birth. And the fact that we're having so many trans children dying because of this action and being covered up as well, it's very hard to get my head around the contradictions and things like that. And there seems to be within the National Health Service now a kind of belief that the only good outcome for treating a trans child is for them to be cis, which is conversion therapy.
Absolutely.
One of the things also is this, there seems to be an assumption that if you're trans, you can't have children. I know loads of trans people who've got children. I know more trans people with children than I know cis people with children, literally. In all sorts of different ways that we have children. And so there's this kind of, there's the sort of, it's called the Great Replacement theory, isn't it? The kind of racist theory that British people should be having more children. What they mean is white British people should be having more children. Actually, why don't you just help trans LGBTQ plus people have children? They're trying now to make it harder for lesbians to have IVF and things like that. So you have all of these double standards. And one of the things that they're also trying to do now through the CAS review is to stop social transition of children in school. So that means changing your pronouns, your name, your hair, the way you look. Now they're trying to say, oh, you have to go and see a National Health Service doctor before you can do that. Minimum 2-year waiting list. I don't think that's actually going to go through, because schools in the UK now are so used to dealing with trans children. Part of my job involves going and visiting schools to train teachers, and it's just not a problem in schools. So I think if they try and make us go back to that, I'm hoping that the Labour government won't do that, but they seem to be saying yes, no, hot and cold about this. So there are all sorts of different layers of this, and it does seem to me that they would rather have dead trans children than trans children in the end. And there's also this, they want to cut trans people out of the decisions. At all levels at the moment, we are simply being cut out of any decision that affects us, particularly in the National Health Service, in the Equalities and Human Rights Commission. And they're trying to make it harder for me as an academic now to publish material that's critical of transphobia. And of course the media exclusion, I don't know what the media is like here or in other parts of Europe, but it's hermetic in the UK. It's a complete hermetic exclusion. It's like they're trying to exclude us completely from society. In every, not just sport, but media, culture, politics, everything. And to take our children as well.
When preparing this table, Natasha and myself, we were discussing to what extent, well, we don't know what will happen with the new government in the UK, but to what extent what they're seeking is to cast trans people aside with all these measures, to start with the health-related issues, but as she just explained, this is something that is then taking on to every single aspect of society, and this will be one more cause for migration, for additional migration, in a country which in theory is a host country for immigrants. And with and this actually links back to what you said, Abraham, when you mentioned Palestine, for instance. And it is also linked to how we behaved in those places where we have certain privileges with regard and in comparison with those people in their home countries who do not have those privileges. I heard a very shocking sentence of anti-racist, of a racist figure who said that if you work for colonialism, you will have to receive those immigrants, and sometimes there are no resources to attend to these people. And what proposals, apart from the ones you mentioned, what other proposals we can have so that the civil society is aware that nobody comes here, nobody would come here if they had a wonderful place to live in their home countries? Well, the first thing would be to approve the law for regularization of immigrants. The second thing would be to cancel the current law on immigration, since we are a country with resources, and obviously we sell some of our policies around LGBT rights, etc. It is normal to have people that want to come and live here. But again, if then we make it difficult for them, what's the point? So we shouldn't limit asylum laws any further. They are being limited also by the European Union. We are now in the office of the European Parliament in Spain. If we are a solidary people, if we fight for freedom, we have to have anti-racist policies made by racialized people who know inside out. So trans policies should be done by trans people. Immigration and asylum policies should be drafted by racialized people. Policies about sexual work should involve prostitutes in the drafting of those laws. We will not talk about that issue because this is a completely different topic, and I cannot introduce any more topics. Before we close this round of discussion, I would like to ask you, Ale, to please provide us with your vision, because to me, Argentina is the image of the setback. We know that Argentina was a pioneering country in lawmaking across the American continent, so including North and South America, and this puts us in a real panic situation. This is at least what I personally feel when I see that this is something that can change overnight. It is changing indeed, yes. I hear what's going on and I ask myself, is this real? The trans community is suffering from a lack of medication for hormones. Buenos Aires is a melting pot where people, very diverse people, actually converge, because in small rural areas there is no space, because the Christian colonization was devastating, and it is therefore very difficult to find ourselves. I was speaking to Abraham before, and I say, well, there are programs for people living in the streets, homeless people in Buenos Aires, where they separate heterosexual families, because there aren't such places for transsexual people. They are the victims of violence, and what happens is what we all know, which is backed and supported by this current government. For all of us, the fight is not yet lost. In a week's time, we received the support from 4,000 people in Argentina to cover the cost of the funerals of the 3 lesbian women. And there was a great concern about what might happen with Sofia, who was no longer in danger, but she had been a survivor of such a massacre. And the government changed the story. The judge changed the version and claimed that this was a manslaughter. And this does not give you the possibility to claim any sort of subsidy or compensation or a pension for the minor children, or a pension for Sofia, since they were not married, and even if they were, they would not be recognized. It took 20 days for us to bury our friends, because they wouldn't give us their bodies, and there was a family that rejected the body, and we finally made it. We are here, we stand on our feet, we took to the streets. Every time Ley Base is discussed, and despite the repression, the Argentinian people will be there. This is something we have thanks to the women of Plaza de Mayo.
Desde la comunidad LGBT.
From the LGBTQIA+ community, we still say that it was 30,400 people, and we need to see the full potential and the union. On the same day of the massacre, we called ourselves, and the organizations and the assembly of self-called lesbians of Barraca. Tomorrow it will be 2 months of the tragedy, 2 months of fighting us, 2 months of struggle. As our dear mother Lorita Cortiñas said, they will not go there. They will not prevail. Okay, I'm told from the organizers that we don't have any more time, so very sadly, we don't have to. Do we? Do we have time for questions? Oh, 2 questions. Okay, so who should I go for now? We have so many hands up. I don't feel capable of choosing one. Okay, anyone? Thank you. That's not a choice. But please be brief in your questions. We might have time for more than two then, if you are brief. If you keep it short. Hello, can you hear me? Yes? Well, first of all, I would like to thank the speakers for your testimonies. As an Argentinian myself, I can see the setback. We were a model in Latin America and for the whole world, and currently I could see it a few moments ago with a representative from the regional government of Madrid, who congratulated Milei just a few weeks ago here in Madrid, and today said that he was in favor of diversity, and that really hurts. Some people think that they can say one thing today, another thing tomorrow, and nothing happens. I would also like to congratulate the colleague from Italy, where hatred is promoted at the moment, and we see how everything comes at no cost. We see right and far right on television saying all sorts of barbaric things, and again nothing happens, and actually they increase the number of visits to Instagram and Twitter, etc. Yes, but can you get to your question, please? Yes, what's the impact, do you think? What is the impact of hatred discourse? What's the impact on the people, on physically, and also how, to what extent they lead to more people being dead? I will be very quick. In Italy, we still don't have an anti-discrimination law that protects LGBT people, or disabled people for that matter. Italy is the last country among the founding countries of the EU that is lacking a specific law on that matter. A few days ago, we had the Naples Pride, and there was an aggression, a physical aggression, an attack on 2 lesbian women. Fortunately, this did not happen in Modena, my city. Everything went well. And tomorrow we'll have the Pride in Madrid. So being part of a Pride is still dangerous to a certain extent for LGBT people. These 2 very young women were just being part of the Pride week in the city. They were just being part of the event, the LGBTQ event of the year. I know very well the organizers of the Naples Pride. It is one of the most structured and complex from a logistic perspective, and that happened. And there was an increase on social media from the moment that happened on the 22nd of October 2022, from the moment the new government took office. It is difficult to respond, but we should try to be together, because together we are stronger. We should not allow, when Milei started with the Ley Base, there were 400 decrees, which included everything from natural resources to culture. Well, it was approved with more than 100 measures. But this was because we took to the streets. We did not fear repression. It is painful, but we shall continue fighting. And we are witnessing a real setback, and we have to get our act together and do something about it. After the massacre, the people decided to bring down the media block. There was a group of 60 people working on a social network to attain this. Something that older lesbians could have not done, really, on social media. So we should fight together. Thank you. We have the second question coming up. Please keep it short. We really are running out of time. Hello, I'm really appalled by what I just heard. I will be brief. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to say that I love you. Can you get your microphone close to your mouth, please? I would just like to say to the people here in the room and those joining live, I just want to launch an SOS, because tomorrow thousands of people will take to the street and then we will go back home. And since we started with the Orlando event, we don't go out on the street. We should have taken to the streets many often. As the Argentinian colleague just said, we have to do it. We have to take it to the streets. I think we are just in our comfort zones, and let's launch that SOS. Everything works fine here in this room, but unless we take to the streets, we will see our rights cut back. And please, this is my call to you. Let's continue the fight. Dear colleague, you just gave me the perfect start for my conclusion. I would like to name Audre Lorde, Afro-American lesbian poet. She said that sometimes we are blessed because we are able to choose the moment, the place, and the manner in which we want to make a revolution. But oftentimes we will have to battle wherever and whenever we are. So let's be prepared for it. Let's fight that battle. Let's make it a group battle, a collective action, and let's not forget something important. The real difference is not the one that divides us. What divides us is the lack of capacity to recognize, to accept, and to celebrate differences. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Ya os podéis levantar. No sé si hay foto. Creo que ya nos podemos levantar, ¿no?
Bueno, vamos a seguir con la... Por favor, vamos a seguir con la...
We will now move on to the next table. We can't have a pause. We will have the next debate, and then we will go to the closing. So please do take a seat after this a very intense debate. Can you hear me now? Please don't go, because we will have the next session coming up. Quickly, quickly.
Bueno. Sí. Bueno, pues vamos a ir empezando, si os parece bien, ¿vale? La siguiente...
The next debate will be on the elections of 2024 and the disinformation from the perspective of the LGBTQIA+. We are going to be discussing about the current electoral processes, but I would like to make a personal comment. There is another type of elections, the choices that each of us make. And I would like to say something that I already said in an interview a few days ago. I don't want to be polemic, but when it comes to the election of the poster announcing the Pride 2024, this choice is also a means or a way of disinformation. To me, it is not a poster, it is a propaganda, just as Putin does, or the one we see in Hungary or in Poland. It starts that way, and we all know where it ends. In order to talk about these topics, I have the honor and the pride to present Marta Higueras, who was the first deputy mayoress of the Madrid City Council. I think she has left the room, hasn't she? Okay, so as we wait for her, let's talk about something else then, shall we? She will be introducing and moderating this table, this debate. She has incredible background in the different institutions, and Marta Higueras, the deputy mayoress of the Madrid Council, led by Manuela Carmena. Marta?
Bueno, disculparme, es que alguien se había olvidado un pasaporte y he tenido que subir.
Apologies, somebody had forgotten their passport and I had to rush back up. Good evening, everyone. I believe this is the last panel, and after the previous panel we have been attending to, I think we are all a little bit impressed, but let's see how this goes then, shall we? This panel will revolve around the election and the disinformation from the LGBTQIA perspective across all electoral campaigns. I would like to thank, first of all, the organization and the members of the panel who are here, fully ready to give their best on this day. The context we're at is that of an electoral year. And please excuse me, but I am an old lady, and I sometimes feel really hot. And sometimes I have to use this fan. So I do apologize if I have to do this gesture. Well, I was saying that the context in which we are is that of an electoral year, 2024. Is the year where more than 4 billion people will vote, and they will have the opportunity to elect the political representatives. And vis-a-vis the campaigns we are becoming aware of, the manipulated, the disinformation, the fake stories, news stories, we will hear the different experiences about how we can counteract all these this manipulation. It is clear that we have come a long way in this country. Well, enough said, just not very long ago, when I was born, people from the LGBTQIA community, we were sick for the church, we were sinners for the lawmakers, we were criminals. We had that Vacancy Act in place at the time, which really affected us directly. And it's clear that we have made progress. However, I think there's still a lot more to do, even more so in the current times with these new waves of thought that are sweeping across a large part of the world. So the question that I would like to put out to each of the members of this panel to begin with is what politics can do for the LGBTQI groups. And I will start with you, Dave. Dave is an American journalist based in Brussels. He works for France 24, covering politics news. Formerly, he was an editor of EuropeanVoice.com, a publication associated to The Economist. He is considered as one of the main influences on the social network around the European Union. This was in 2023. Before he came to Brussels, he covered the Congress of the US in Washington, the Café de Paris, the Prague politics, the Chicago tribunals, and the streets of the city of New York. So he has great experience, and with such vast know-how, what would you say to the LGBTQ plus community on how social media can impact politics and what the challenge is for electoral information? Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. As was mentioned, I cover EU politics in Brussels. This is a massive election year it's the biggest actually election year in recorded history. The four that I've been covering are the EU, France, UK, and the US. So I'll be focusing specifically on those and some of the disinformation around the LGBT plus community in those elections, and also how that's played out in the actual campaigns and the results. Obviously, one big thing with the EU election results, one of the big focuses has been the rise of the far right. And what we have seen is the far right kind of adjusting their rhetoric, mollifying their rhetoric in order to seem more centrist. And on this topic, that definitely holds true. So what we've seen is some of the far-right parties in Europe who just 10 years ago were focused very much on sexuality as an issue, focused very much on opposing gay marriage, have now gone fairly quiet on the issue of sexuality and are focusing more on the issue of gender. This has become the big focus both in Europe and the United States for the right, which has really been going after what they call gender ideology. This was certainly brought to the fore. We know that Hungary just took over the rotating presidency of the Council of the EU, which is not great. But Viktor Orban, when he came to Brussels just a couple weeks ago, was for a summit, but he was also preparing for what in his head he's viewing as the presidents of the EU. He listed 4 things that he was combating, and he said no to each of these things. So he said no to migration. I actually can't remember what the other 2 were, but one was no to gender, which I thought was a kind of odd way of phrasing it, because actually that seems to be, that's kind of the point. But he didn't seem to get that. But that's why it wasn't no to homosexuality, it was no to gender. And I think it's important to keep that in mind, because we're seeing that in the US, in the UK, in the EU, the focus has very much turned to gender as being part of the culture wars. Also, so that basically the points that are being made, this disinformation, isn't as direct. At the same time, you have this concern for children. We keep hearing this, the grooming comments. But this isn't, as it was 20 years ago, a disinformation about pedophilia. The far right is no longer suggesting that gay people are actually sexually preying on children. It's that they are filling them with their misinformation, essentially, that they are grooming them to change their gender, to do these things that are scaring middle America, middle Europe, however you want to call it. And so the focus is not, they're softening the words, because this is all the same tactic. This is othering people. This is what the far right has always done. But they're finding that they can't other gays and lesbians like they used to because of all the progress that has been made in society, and the chances that somebody actually knows a gay or lesbian person has increased a great amount. So what have they done? They've gone to the gender aspects to prey on that, to really hit that home and to try to scare people. And the problem is, at the same time, they're banning information, they're banning education about sexuality and gender in schools. And so when you have this disinformation about transgender issues, and people aren't even allowed to read a book or to be educated about what the actual issues are, you're easily filling an information vacuum. And unfortunately, we can see that it is working, because I think a lot of members of the public are confused about some of these issues, and the far right is coming in and kind of filling that information gap. And unfortunately, we are seeing an increasing number of cis gay men voting for the far right. Anecdotally, that's been of extreme concern to me. We saw in particular in the Netherlands votes in November. By one exit poll that I saw, a majority of self-identified cis gay men voted for the PVV Geert Wilders' far-right party. They have always, the PVV has always made kind of protecting gay people against the Muslim community as part of their kind of fear-mongering, but it's really working. And we are also seeing it now in the French election. I mean, this is a party, the National Rally, formerly the Front National, which campaigned against gay marriage, which said the most vile things about gay people in terms of sexuality just 10 years ago, now softening the rhetoric, now going quiet on the issues of sexuality, and now putting transgender people in the crosshairs. And unfortunately, there are a number of cis gay men and women who are voting for the RN, forgetting that they were vilifying them just 10 years ago. So I think it's important that everyone, the focus is staying together as a community, understanding that it's not only selfish to vote for the far right because they stopped picking on you personally, but it's also very short-sighted because these people will come after you after they finish with the other group.
Muchísimas gracias. Además, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And also thank you so much for sticking to the short time that we have allocated to each of you. So thank you very much again. Let's move on to our next speaker. Her name is Estrella Galán. She is MP from Sumar. She was elected in the past European elections on the 9th of June. She belongs to the left group in the parliament. She has a degree in social work, and she has always been committed to the defense of labor rights and to different sides of activism. Before she was a candidate, she directed the Spanish Commission to the support of migrant people, known as CEAR, where she started working in 1999. Before she worked there, she also worked in another NGO that works with minors at risk of exclusion. So, Estrella, my question for you is, what can we do from the European Parliament in the face of the advancements of the hatred discourse that is spreading around the world? Well, thank you. Thank you, Marta. Thank you, all of the people here and listening to us online. It is very interesting and it is a pleasure to share this conversation with you in the side of the European Commission. There are many other centers that should be for all the citizens, but where we don't seem to be welcomed anymore. So this is the house of everyone, and it still remains the house of everyone. So thank you so much for the organizers for having us here today. As Marta said before, I've been working for many years in the field of human rights and working with the LGBTQIA plus community, especially with people who were fleeing from anywhere around the world, because as you know, there are over 90 countries around the world where your sexual orientation is still persecuted when it does not comply with the traditional rules or standards. Europe is one of the most safe areas in the world for this community, but there are many things still to accomplish, especially because we are seeing that the extreme right is taking steps forward, and they're threatening the rights not only for this community but of society as a whole. And they have targeted the LGBTQIA plus community and also feminism and migrants and refugees from Europe. What we need to do is to ensure that the rights are not set back. In this sense, we need to be very firm. This is what's at stake is not only the rights of this community, but also the citizens' rights, the democracy rights, and the freedoms and rights as a whole. In Spain, if I may, I will talk a little bit about the situation in Spain. You know that in Spain is one of the countries that had taken the biggest steps for the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community. We started out with a historic act, the so-called Zerolo Act, that acknowledged this community at last in a legal manner with a legal framework that was very significant, and at the same time the general law against discrimination was passed, and more recently, together with the Equality Act, the Trans People Equality Act. Besides this law that also includes the LGBTQIA plus community, besides giving this community important instrument to fight against discrimination, this has created a certain guaranteed framework, and it has also created a framework to fight the fake news and situations of harassment that even the LGBTQIA plus community has demonstrated with data that this has led to an increase in the number of hatred crimes. If I go back to the information published by the Federation very recently, in the past 5 years, 29% of the LGBTQ Spanish community has been the subject to harassment, has endured harassment. 8.6% have suffered a sort of sexual harassment or attack. And these figures only relate to people who have reported these attacks or this harassment, because the fact is that a very low percentage of people experiencing harassment or attacks actually report these attacks. Most of the people who have been victims of these attacks do not report it, or they fear to be stigmatized or misunderstood, because there's a lot of work to be done at an institutional level. When we are going to a police station where the police agents are judging you with their regards, with the way they look at you, you will not profit from the police system or the legal system. It is true that we cannot criminalize all the institutions, because there have been many progresses that have been made, and we have specialized teams to deal with this type of crimes, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. From Europe, what we need to recall is that the European Union was the first organization at a world level, at a global level, that included within its fundamental rights framework that acknowledged the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community. We have taken steps to fight discriminations, but we still need to keep working and insisting in this demand and this request about criminalizing the incitement to hatred and hate crimes that has been requested to the Council, so that this unblocks and locks the inclusion of these crimes in the list of European crimes. This is this is a necessity to tackle the problem of the fake news, not only with regards to this community, but with regards to everything related to disinformation. And we also need to work keep working about the rights of this community that are being persecuted due to their sexual orientation and gender identity. We have been able to include. We are the only, or one of the few countries that have included this type of crimes as crimes that can be reported and persecuted. So there is something that is more serious that has been brought to the table, which is the Pact on Asylum and Migration. This is a pact that has allowed us to outsource our borders, and so that third countries where human rights are not respected will be the ones handling and assessing if the person who is demanding international protection due to their gender or sexual orientation complies with the requirements in order to be taken to a safe country. In this pact, there are several countries that could be considered safe countries in order to keep there the people who are fleeing due to their sexual orientation, among the other many reasons that can lead people to flee their countries. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done, but I think that I've mentioned the main points here. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, ya volveremos sobre ese pacto luego en las...
Thank you. We will go back to that pact on immigration and asylum, and because we will like to discuss this further, let's move to our next panelist, who is Marian Rebaba, and she is a coordinator of the youth activism in Georgia. She has been charged with the promotion of civil rights and human rights. She has also worked in the field of queer activism. She has created very appealing video campaigns, and she has participated in different protests, and she defends the future of Georgia. Mariam, thank you for coming. From your perspective, my question to you is, how can we tackle the challenges that the LGBTQIA plus community facing from the activism?
Hello everyone, it's an honor to address this summit today. Today I will be speaking from the heart about a deeply personal and urgent issue about my beloved country of Georgia. We find ourselves at a critical crossroads where the very essence of our democracy and our fundamental human rights are under severe threat from draconian legislations. I will start with the Foreign Agents Law, a divisive and repressive measure that threatens to choke the lifeblood out of civil society of Georgia. This law mandates that NGOs and independent medias also, who are receiving their funding, more than 20% of their funding from foreign donors, must register as organizations bearing the interests of foreign power. This would subject these organizations to intrusive monitoring by the Justice Ministry and force them to share very sensitive information with them. Failure to comply could result in punitive fines up to $10,000 also. The Georgian government even overrode the president's veto to force this law through, showing a blatant disregard for democratic norms in Georgia. Next, there's another legislative law, which is like legislative package consisting of a core bill titled, and I will tell you the name as they say, on protection of family values and minors. And also there's 18 related amendments to various Georgian laws. This package, which was passed without opposition as many MPs were boycotting the session, purports to combat non-existing LGBT propaganda, but in reality it is an assault on our basic freedoms. It aims to censor literature, films, and media, and threatens to fundamental rights of expression and assembly. The ruling Georgian Dream Party has been using homophobia as a political tool for the elections, painting it as West as the corrupt, morally corrupt, and positioning itself as the guardian of traditional values. This party is pushing through an LGBT propaganda law to ban what parliamentary speaker Shalva Papuashvili describes as efforts to alter traditional relations, behavior, attitudes, and perceptions. This bombshell draft bill seeks to strip away the rights of same-sex couples, outlaw gender reassignment, and ban marriages that are not between, and I will use their terms, between a single genetic male and single genetic female. Furthermore, it seeks to ban public gatherings that promote same-sex family or intimate relationships, effectively outlawing the pride events also. These laws are modeled on Russian legislations, which has been used to persecute civil society and the queer community in Russia for years. In Georgia, thousands of brave youth have taken to the streets of Tbilisi every single day for over the 2 months, standing against this so-called Russian law. We have been met with tear gas and water cannons used without warning by the police, and many of us have been poisoned, imprisoned, or beaten. I personally faced a trial and was fined for my participation in these protests. The European Union has warned that passing these legislations could jeopardize Georgia's chances of joining the bloc just 6 months after being granted the candidate status. The proposed legislation by the ruling Georgian Dream Party includes bans on promoting same-sex relationships and gender reassignment surgeries, potentially outlawing LGBTQ plus pride events, and even just public displays of the LGBTQ plus rainbow flag in public. If enacted, it would also prohibit non-heterosexual individuals from from adopting children and prevent changes to gender markers on their official IDs. The upcoming elections of the 26th of October in Georgia are not just another political contest. They represent a choice between Europe and Russia, freedom and dictatorship. The future of our country hinges on this decision, and it will determine whether we can continue to live in Georgia that upholds freedom and democracy. The Foreign Agents Law specifically targets NGOs that work to ensure fair elections and observe electoral processes. There is a real fear that local observers will be banned from monitoring the elections, casting a dark shadow over the transparency and fairness of the democratic process. Today, July 5th, marks 3 years since one of the most painful and traumatic days for the queer community in Georgia. The March of Dignity, planned by Tbilisi Pride, which I represent today, in 2021 did not make place due to violent attacks. Journalists, minors, and many others were targeted, and the offices of Tbilisi Pride and Shame Movement were raided. Cameraman Lekso Lashkarava was a victim of this violence and political homophobia. This was not the will of the Georgian people, but a political decision by the government, executed by encouraging small violent groups and fostering a culture of impunity. Georgia has made its European choice. We just need to declare it on election days, if we have the chance for fair elections, of course. In conclusion, we, the Georgian people, are continuing our fight with unwavering determination. We need your support. Please stand with us in solidarity as we strive for a future where freedom, democracy, and human rights prevail. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Marian.
Thank you very much, Marian. I have a few questions for you. We will go to our fourth speaker, who has been connected with the LGBTQIA plus community for many years. He's passionate about Asian cultural aspects, and he is connected to the Mario Mieli Foundation in Rome. He has chaired this foundation for a brief period of time before 2017, and now since 2021 he has worked with public organizations, has been advisor in the field of corporate diversity, and he also contributes to several magazines, and within Mario Mieli Foundation has promoted the creation of a center for the LGBTQIA plus center community. So my question for you, Mario, is to what extent do you think that we are stepping back in terms of the rights of this community since the coming up of people such as Giorgia Meloni in the public political scenario?
Actually, the misinformation has always been a powerful weapon in the arsenal of those who are trying to maintain the power. Especially now, we are experiencing this in Europe with the right far, and Italy is not an exception. We have this government Meloni since 2 years, and many things change. Before, I think the politicians look at that as kind of indifference, but now they are attacking us day by day. So Italy provides a stark example of this phenomenon. Under the government led by Giorgia Meloni, we have seen a disturbing rise of misinformation at the LGBT community. It's very important, this case of General Roberto Vannacci, that he just got elected in the European Parliament, so will be your colleague soon. And his homophobic statement, he basically said that being gay is not normal, feminists are witches and stuff like that, seems tolerated by the government, and legitimizing hate and prejudice through misinformation. The recent European election brought him more than 500,000 votes, so 500,000 votes to this guy from Italy, and it's not only a sign of power, it's a sign of defeat of the truth and inclusion in our country. So basically, Vannachi remarks that we are not isolated incidents, but part of a deliberate campaign to incite fear and hostility towards LGBT individuals. For us in Italy, it's very important the European institutions, so in the expansion of rights and especially for the LGBT community. Just consider that in 2016, the Italian law of civil union was made possible thanks to the efforts of the left wing and the LGBT community, but also thanks to the international rulings, especially the European ruling in support. From our side, it's heartening to participate now in international meetings and conferences and receive solidarity from the other European countries regarding the state of rights in Italy. Just to remember, Italy in the list of ILGA in the European Rainbow Map now is at 36th position, just after Orban, Hungary. So that's amazing. No? And during the Day of International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia, Meloni refused to sign the Declaration for the LGBT community rights in Europe. That's just one other steps that shows their vision of country, of society. So our country has witnessed also recently its government violently strike outright from the final G7 documents, from abortion to the defense of our community. So through the fight against discrimination, Meloni government could not have made it clearer that its political agenda, rights and freedoms have no place. The consequences of European vote in Italy will not be marginal. With an increase of international power of Meloni government and the possibility for her to be part of the decision-making bodies of the European Commission, and result will strengthen battles against marginalized population. In this context, the strategy of demonization serves multiple purposes, and we are experiencing this in our country. It distracts from the public from the pressing issues such as economic instability and corruption by creating convenient scapegoats. It galvanizes a base of supporters who are united not by sharing aspiration, but sharing animosity and hate. The consequences of such toxic narrative are devastating for us. In Italy, what the government is doing is very palpable against us. Homophobic rhetoric has translated into real-world aggression, making everyday life more perilous for the LGBT individuals. The government tacit approval of such narratives signals to society that bigotry is acceptable, even desirable. However, despite this climate of hate, our community has shown remarkable resilience and strength. In recent European elections, several LGBT candidates distinguished themselves and achieved significant results, and they were elected. So this progress gives us hope for the future and reinforces our commitment to ongoing fight and equality and justice. To combat misinformation, it's imperative that we purify our political and communicative process. The media wield enormous power in shaping public discourse and perception. We know when the power is abused, it paves that way for violence and oppression. Resistance, therefore, must be comprehensive and multifaceted, encompassing institutions, politics, journalists, and civil society. We must champion accurate, honest narrative that reflects the truth of our diverse lives and identity. Our existence, our freedom are the ultimate testament of power, of truth, and over lies. In conclusion, the fight against misinformation is a fight for every humanity. Let us remain vigilant, united, and committed, because this is the only bulwarks against the tide of hate and deception that we have. Thank you. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Mario.
Thank you, Mario. We will now move on to our fifth panelist, Raul Opadiay. who is a human rights defender from India, director and founder of Gandhinagar Queer Pride Foundation in Gujarat. They organized events, seminars on for awareness raising around gender-based issues, and it provides support to the LGBTIQ plus community worldwide. He is a co-president of Interpride, representing the Asian associations for Pride organizers, and is the youngest person to have held this position. Also president of the World Pride Committee, and supervises the bidding process for the World Pride. He has been invited very often to international conferences, contributing to key issues around human rights and LGBTQ plus issues. Rahul, my question to you to start this discussion is what the political situation is for LGBTIQ plus group in your country. Thank you.
Hello everyone again. Good evening, and thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling right now? A little bit lazy, you know, after lunch, sitting in a session, we all feel lazy, but I think this is really important that we are having this conversation, and people from different parts of the world are telling about their stories, what is the current scenario in their region. And I'm here for the same. If I can, answer this question of yours in just one word, the scenario is very bad, very bad. Just highlighting a couple of things on a lighter note. So, very recently, Meloni and our Prime Minister seem to have very good bonding, and they are trending on internet by hashtag Melody. Now I know the reason. So, well, I come from the world's largest democracy, a country, a nation that is rich in diversity, culture, vibrant tradition. But like many other nations, the journey of equality and rights for the LGBTQ plus community is a big challenge. Recently, we concluded with the election for this year, and again, this year seems to have been very neglecting and exclusion for the LGBTQ plus community and our rights. I think I mentioned in the morning that the ruling party's manifesto had no mention of the LGBTQ rights, except for the fact that they did mention they will increase some funding for the transgender welfare and shelter homes. Well, it's the same government, by the way, in 22. They blocked many of these fundings without even giving any reason for the transgender people shelter homes. For the very first time, the opposition party, they did mention that in their manifesto, a promise to legalize same-sex civil unions if they get elected. But again, the question here is, do they really want to? Or it's just a matter of getting vote banks for them, because except for mentioning in the manifesto, they did not show any commitment in all of their campaigns or social media or anywhere and everywhere. This government is dangerous. The government that wishes to eliminate the opposition in a democracy is dangerous. And they were saying it out and loud and publicly that they'll win with absolute majority and eliminating the opposition. So I just want to ask one question, like, dignity, equality, safety, these are the fundamental rights that the Constitution has given us. Who the hell are these people to take away these rights from us? And now I wouldn't even call them rights, because a particular strata of the society is enjoying these rights while the others are not. Let me call them luxury for them, because not everybody is enjoying the same rights. And then they have the audacity to call themselves true allies Well, I think they have their own definition of being inclusive, being supportive, being ally, and I will not shy away from the fact by saying that their idea of allyship, inclusivity, supportive, sucks. We do not believe in that. Also, this current party has a very long history of opposing the LGBTQ rights, as I mentioned earlier also. They have opposed the decriminalization of homosexuality in 2009 and in 2018. They opposed the legalization of same-sex marriages in India. They denied the adoption rights to the queer community. Very recently, as soon as they came into the power, they have changed some laws, and one of the laws that changed has a very, very drastic repercussions. So among these changes, rape against men, trans individuals and animals is no more a criminal offense. So the legal vacuum that this party has created, this government has created by not providing any protection against the sexual violence, this raises a question where these people will go for justice. And incidents of queer men being raped, blackmailed, harassed for money, these are increasing alarmingly. Yet the government has shown a blind eye to these atrocities and situations. Also, another thing, I'll tell you what one right vote or one wrong vote can do. A right vote can make sure that dignity, safety, and equality are the rights and not the luxury or privileges. You were mentioning that there was, in the elections or campaigning, there are mention of gender, sexuality. There is absolutely no mention of these things in our elections or in our government. One wrong vote can overturn the laws and, as we can see, just happen and bring back the regressive laws. There was a particular case in the marriage equality when we filed a petition in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not allow or legalize same-sex marriages, but the government told the Supreme Court that they'll form a committee which will look into the issues of the LGBTQ+ community. They did form the committee, but the committee members are all cis-het individuals. Again, cis-het majority deciding and controlling the lives of minority. This is what the current government is. And I think, like everybody else said, that I am also going to re-emphasize, it's all the time is good time to reiterate that these idea of equality sucks. They need to change, and we need to come together, show solidarity with each other, because these people are never going to listen to us. And if they win, as they say, with absolute majority, they even have the right, the power to change the constitution. So on that note, I think I'll just wrap it up by saying we need to come together, and I think it's everybody else, our responsibility, each one of ours responsibility to spread the word, to vote for rights and not vote for power. Thank you so much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Raúl.
Thank you, Raúl. Thanks to each one of you for your contributions. We shall continue now, and I would like to ask you a question. I would like to ask each of the speakers a question. I'll start with you, David. And my question to you is, how can we explain that people belonging to the LGBT community are still voting for the extreme right parties with all the things we're seeing? And can you come up with any ideas to counteract this? Thank you.
It's disturbing, and it's actually happening with increasing frequently rather than decreasing frequency. I mentioned the case of the Netherlands. PVV is kind of a special case because they have always associated themselves. Their former leader was a gay man who was attacked by, I believe, Moroccan immigrants. And so they always used this as a way to try to get gay people's votes, kind of fear-mongering. in this area. Whereas other parties, let's take France, let's take the UK, this has kind of been a new development. What's interesting in the case of the UK, so transgender issues became a major part of the UK campaign, which just finished yesterday. And it seemed like, and this Natasha was mentioning this before, that each time that the Conservatives would try to go a bit further in the culture war and attack gender-affirming care, Rishi Sunak overruled Scotland in trying to make it easier for people to change their registered gender. Labour, under Keir Starmer, seemed to want to just copy whatever the Conservatives were doing. So Labour started out with a fairly progressive position on these issues, and by the end of the campaign was basically exactly the same as the Conservatives, because Starmer backed Sunak's decision to overrule the Scottish gender recognition law. He also backed the government's stance on not allowing teenagers to change their gender identification. So this was, I think, something really disheartening for British voters, that either way, they didn't really feel like they had much of a choice. The Conservative Party is actually the party that brought in gay marriage, and there are a lot of gay people that vote for the Conservative Party, particularly gay men. There's a lot of gay men in the Conservative Party. Sometimes I think it's actually probably more than in the Labour Party. And so it kind of gave people nowhere to go. Last example I'll give is maybe Italy. I mean, Mario was speaking to this and could certainly speak to this in more detail than I could. Italy remains a bit of an outlier in Western Europe. It is the last country left in Western Europe without gay marriage. It's probably the worst in Western Europe on most of these metrics. I don't know if Mario would agree, but it is kind of the last place where center politicians will come out and say something really explicitly homophobic about gay and lesbian people, even in the PD, I find. And that's something that elsewhere, like I was saying, they've couched their language, and so gay and lesbian people feel like it's okay to vote for the far right now because they're not going after me, and then they just kind of ignore what they're saying about the transgender community or about other sexual and gender minorities because they think, well, I got mine, I'm all set. And it's this lack of solidarity. So I think what we can do to combat that is to make sure that people understand we're all in this together, and just because these people stop talking about you right now does not mean they're going to go back to persecuting you, that they're not going to go back to persecuting you as soon as they get the chance.
Muchas gracias. Voy contigo.
Thank you. Moving on to you, Estrella. You, before being a European MP, you were director of CER, and you worked with people seeking asylum. Can you tell us a little bit more about what is at stake with the new European immigration compact? Thank you. From the early 2000s, we started to detect in Spain a flow of people arriving who previously would already be arriving, but they would conceal their places of origin. People fleeing their places of origin for their sexual orientation. I would like to share with you a case that was definitive for us. I remember a trans woman who contacted us from Honduras and asked us to please try to take her out of there. When we were doing all the proceedings, all the dealings, this is never quick. It is a very complex thing to take somebody away from their country, from a country where there is no possibility, because there are no safe legal ways to make these people arrive in a clear manner and under a clear legal framework. In those proceedings, she was killed. She appeared on the side of a road in a neighborhood where she used to live. She was a defender of the LGBT community. She would often show her face, and her face was identified, was put in on different newspapers, and she was killed. She was not the only one. Unfortunately, this still happens, and she pledged her body and soul to defend the community and lost her life in doing so. From that moment, we decided that this could never be the situation, and we started to work on strategic litigation processes we could win, because the asylum law did not contemplate the protection of the collective, of the community. In 2009, or actually earlier, we started launching campaigns. I remember one particular campaign in Madrid. We managed to get some regional funds in order to make this situation more visible. We started coming out on the Pride parades with banners demanding asylum for the community, and we eventually decided to use a strategy incorporating those requests for asylum not on the basis of persecution on sexual identity. There is a formula in the Convention of Geneva under specific groups of people, such as, for instance, people working in the media, and we put them in this section, and we thought that this would be a nice way to start. The Asylum and Refuge Office, depending from the Ministry of the Interior in Spain, started to recognize this way. So we started working on the basis of the facts, and we could get some recognition with a great deal of difficulties, of course, but they started to recognize the LGBT community, and in 2009 the law changed, and eventually the law did recognize fully the protection to the community. We were pioneers in Europe, and then in 2011 this was incorporated by the EU. In all this time we have provided protection to many people, and again, not without a great deal of difficulty, because the Ministry of the Interior is still trying to show that those who manifest on the basis of their sexual orientation, sometimes they lie. And so sometimes you have to demonstrate how this is a real case. You have to demonstrate to the authorities that one feels or loves whoever they see fit. And we are currently under a threat process, not just related to hatred discourse, but also with the setback of the migration compact for those people who have to flee their countries, because there are certain jeopardizing factors. The externalization of borders, as I said earlier, now EU countries will pay millions to third countries that do not comply with human rights with regard to their own citizens. Just imagine with people coming from outside. So just saying that you belong to the gay community, to the LGBT community in Libya, Morocco, or Tunisia, or Mauritania for that matter. All these countries, we are going to hire them, in quotes, as controllers of our borders. So there will be certain pre-screening processes in an accelerated fashion to see who can enter the EU and who cannot, to get international protection. These countries are clearly positioned against the LGBT plus community, so it will be hugely difficult for somebody from the community to set foot on safe land, to set foot in Spain, for instance. And there is an intention on the part of those countries to be called as safe countries, which are not. They are not for their own citizens, and even less so for the community. The migration routes are increasingly becoming more and more difficult places for people, especially for women, especially for children, and for the LGBTQ plus community. Most part of the women arriving in our country after a long migration route crossing Africa or the Middle East has suffered rapes. The most part of the LGBTQ plus community reaching these places have been raped equally. So what we are doing with these new tools, these new political and legal tools, is to make it even more difficult for the community, jeopardizing their safety and security In these 5 years, this migration compact has to be developed into the full set of rulings. It will be very difficult since we are a minority, but we shall keep on fighting for these rulings to observe human rights. This is our commitment from Sumar. This is my commitment as myself, Estrella Galán, and this is the commitment I want to share with all of you. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Confiamos en.
Thank you. We do trust the work you're doing. Marianne, I will now ask a question to you before you called out for help and support. My specific question to you is, how can we help you? What specific actions can we do to give you that support that you claimed before?
Question that I get from my foreign friends very often, because what's the most interesting thing is that there's a big gap between the government of Georgia and the people of Georgia. This has been declared while the full-scale invasion started in Ukraine from the Russia. Georgian people fully supported Ukraine, while Georgian government was like really skeptical about like sanctioning Russia or anything. So this gap has been always with us since 2012 when this government came to power. But what's the most important thing is, people just ask us, why don't you just like overvote them or just go to elections and vote for another party, which is not happening because we have not access to a fair elections. Our elections are always manipulated, and as this thing right now about like anti-LGBT propaganda law, they're using this as a tool, political tool, to stay in power. Because yes, Georgian youth is really progressive, and we support queer rights, of course. But the Georgian population is Orthodox Christians, 80%. They are really conservative. So yes, people may be like part of our country may be like homophobic, but they have never declared their say to make all the things that they are passing with this bill. They don't want it. The government is using it for the elections, for the upcoming elections. For what? So what we are trying to do and declare is ask for help for European countries. 6 months ago, we got the candidacy status for European Union. That was the major milestone for us. We protested in the for months in the streets of Tbilisi to get that even. So maybe what I really want from the power who have power in the European nations is to sanction those who are in power, who claim our rights, who claim our voices. It's 2024 and we are still ruled by an oligarch who doesn't want us to do anything pro-European, and I'm 22 years old. I don't want to live in a country who will not listen to my voice, in who I cannot live with my friends in a free and democratic country. I cannot do that. So what European countries can do is sanction eventually, sanction these MPs and sanction these politicians who are voting for people to lose their fundamental rights. And I mean gender affirmation for trans people, marriage rights, adoption rights. And not only that, people who just are directors or actors or anything. Can you imagine, it's 2024 and the scenes in the movies in which two men kiss will be cut out of the movies, and it's the current situation in Georgia. So that's my only thing that I can do is sanction people who are in power in Georgia, because of course there's upcoming elections and we'll try our best to mobilize, get the young people to go to vote, and we just have 2 months left or something. We will do that, but also we are sure that these elections will be manipulated. So please, all your eyes may be on 26th of October, maybe on Tbilisi. We really need it. Thank you.
En fin, no os perderemos de vista.
We should not lose sight of you. Mario, my question to you is how the LGBT LGBTQ+ organizations such as yours front or counteract the attacks from the government?
To what Ben said, like we are facing about politics in Italy a very weird situation because the Meloni and their allies are doing terrible things about us. The other side, the left-wing party, I think just recently became more focused on the LGBT rights because now we have this new leadership with Ellie Schlein. She has been with us during the Rome Pride and some collateral events, and I think she's doing a good job to change the party because it's very important to have a strong left right in Italy because in this polarized world where Meloni is so strong and all the fake news, all the narratives anti-LGBT, we need a strong opposition. Actually also Movimento 5 Stelle is doing a good job on LGBT. They started later, but now they join your European party, I heard. And I think what we have to do is to make link and network and alliance with party, with other organization focused on rights. In Italy, they are trying to separate it. Meloni is trying to separate civil rights from social rights. I think it's not just in Italy, in many countries, but that's not what we want, and we want to be all together because it's the Pride. I think it's the best moment in every country to show the strength and the power of our community because we are a lot, we do a lot of things, and all those things we do all years long. So campaign, trying to show all the misinformation they are doing against us, going to conference and abroad to talk about what's happening in Italy. The biggest problem is that Italians don't understand what is going on. I think this is the main problem. And until we don't change this, we can change the rest of things. So we have to keep taking people to the prides, make alliance. This year, the Pride in Rome was the biggest ever I've seen in the recent year. But this is very symptomatic of there is a strong right, but there is also a strong opposition. So the prides and our community has to be the real opposition to Meloni and their allies in Europe, because they don't like us and we don't like them. Thank you.
Muchas gracias y bueno.
Thank you. Rahul, my last question is for you. What I'd like to ask you is the following. How do you think that the fight of the LGBT community, the people in the street, can have an impact in politics?
Okay. Which industry are we talking about?
What I mean is whether you believe that the fight, the struggle of the LGBTQI community in the street, we have a great parade tomorrow. Do you think that those acts in the street can have an influence, can have an impact on politics?
No,
¿Ahora? Vale, ya está.
¿Lo has oído? Sí, ¿lo has oído bien?
No oía.
Did you hear the question? Did you get my question? Yes?
Perfect. Thank you so much for the clarification. Yes, absolutely. And the reason is visibility matters. The reason is representation matters. The reason is our lives matter. For the longest time, and this is applicable, I think, everywhere. It doesn't matter if it's India or Europe, somewhere in Europe or in Bangladesh or anywhere. For the longest time, we have been denied our rights, and along with that, we have been told, directly or indirectly, that you do not exist, even today. So, for example, in India, there are only, if you have legal documents, either you have to be male or female or transgender. If you are non-binary like myself, if you are gender fluid like myself, you are invisible because you do not have a legal document that says that you are non-binary. So, we are visible, we are invisible. We have been told this directly, indirectly, that your existence doesn't matter. And when we go out there, we protest for our rights. We tell them that we are here, as Lenny said in the beginning, we are here, we are queer, and we are not going anywhere. You better give us our rights, because this is our space too. And I have seen in my personal experience, there is this chain reaction of inspiration, inspiring other people. Consider an individual who is struggling with their life, who is struggling to come out, when this individual sees a bunch of people marching on the streets with the placards, reciting slogans against the atrocities that the government does, this person gets encouragement. Right, so this is the wonder that the Pride marches and the protests can do. So I completely agree with the fact that more and more Pride should be there, and the core idea of Pride must be protests. Because we have been facing very regressive laws. The core celebration is wonderful, it's necessary, but the core idea must be protests. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, estamos llegando al final.
Thank you. We're reaching the end of this session. And if I may, I would like to give each one of you 1 minute for hope, for a positive note, a positive message. So, if you agree, we can just do it in any order. And again, 1 minute for each one of you for that message of hope, if you like. Who would like to start? I will. Okay. Well, I believe we are witnessing a very worrying and concerning times, and without any doubt, we have the commitment and the responsibility, and I think also the strength to make the LGBTQ+, together with the feminist movement, to take one step back, one step to the front, to defend the progress in rights, to not go one step back, to not make anyone invisible, so we can fight for the protection of each and every one that needs it. So with our fight, with our struggle, all together in a very brave and determined fashion, we will continue, we will move ahead, and we will not go back. So let's keep that momentum.
I think moments like this are very crucial for building a true collective resistance to alliance and other association and party who are part of the institutional life of cities and countries and of course of Europe. Someone says no one saves themselves alone. I prefer to say no one fights alone, and that's what we are doing here, and our fights, it's everyone fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, first of all. A few points that I would like to mention here as a takeaway. First, let's use our privilege in whatever capacity we can to help those people who are not able to help themselves due to many situations. There can be different circumstances. First. Second thing, speak up. And for those who are not able to, because of several circumstances, do not lose hope. Third, ask for help. You never know where the help can come from. And I am going to ask for help until I receive help. And for people, for those countries and nations who can give help, please do. Please do. And one of the best ways to do is through diplomatic missions in those countries where it's still a criminal offense. We need your help. We desperately need your help. And last but not the least, just one phrase, it gets better. Thank you.
I have not thought of anything positive. Okay, can you hear me right now? Yes, so it's really like looking in a mirror while I'm like thinking about positive things, because I have not been able to think about anything positive during last month. So it's like, okay, you caught me there. But yes, what I see as a positive sign is I've been an activist for a few years, and when I was a child, I've always been told by my friends, "Why do you care? Come on, don't go to the protest. Come to the club. Come to the bar. Come on. You can change nothing. You're just one person." They're like big political players. You cannot change anything. During the protests of the last month, every single my friend was there in the streets with me. My grandmother was waving the flag with me. My dad and my mom were not able to come, but they were outside of the country, and they were like always calling me. They were always with me. So it was, what's the most important thing during these moments is that young people, we were reclaiming our position as a political player, and everyone believed that they matter. One voice matters. We know right now that anyone who can come to the power, we will like be standing on our grounds, and anytime they make any kind of mistakes, we will like make sure that they will not have power anymore. So yes, that's the most important thing for me, that everyone who said that they don't care about politics realized that only that they care about politics, but they are policymakers and they are doing the politics every day. So I think that was the most important thing that I realized, like positive. Yes.
Yeah, I would say these are scary times, and it's sometimes hard to be positive, especially when in Western Europe and North America we're confronting things that we haven't had to confront for our entire lives. Things that we thought were confined to history. But I think it's also important to keep in mind how much progress we've made, particularly for us as a community, that we enjoy privileges today that people 2 generations ago, even 1 generation ago, could only dream of. And as Rahul said, I think it's important that when you enjoy that kind of privilege, that you recognize it, and you also help people who are not enjoying that privilege, whether that is people within the LGBT plus community in your own country or in other parts of the world where there hasn't been as much progress. I think it's really important to give back when you enjoy the privilege of the gains that we have made.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much for your messages. We still have some time left, so we'll open for questions now from the room. If there is somebody in the room who would like to ask any question or make a comment or remark. Yes?
Hola, buenas tardes. Gustaría
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to make a couple of simple questions about the European Union, the Senate, the Parliament. I come from Brazil, and this is a policy that affects us through different channels, but I'm worried about the Russians, the community who are trying to find their space, their room, and what does their scenario look like at the moment? Because very recently I arrived in Madrid, and I got to know a group from Ukraine, and they told me that they received a certain type of sheltering, and the Russians were received in a different manner. They had a different reception. How do we align these two things? Because we're seeing that there's a perspective related to human rights and how they can live with their own sexual orientation and gendered identity, we know that the policies in Russia are very strict and very harsh. So from the European Union, how do we handle these clash in terms of rights when we take a group from Ukrainians having certain perspective? The legal framework is the same. We're not talking about different things, but when some group of people can come here with different reception expectations than other groups.
Yeah, quickly first, because in Belgium where I live, I have a friend who just went through this. Belgium just recently changed their policies to recognize the ability to claim asylum based on being gay or lesbian coming from Russia. Before the Ukraine war, this was generally not the case. Russia was not recognized as one of the countries that you could claim asylum on that basis in Europe, but that has changed since the Ukraine war. I knew it was possible before then, but my friend told me it was very, very difficult. So that has changed, but that varies country by country.
If you want to reply to this question as well? Well, you've given two examples that are connected to the situation that Ukraine is experiencing, not only with regards to Russia, but with other person. This is the same for any person who requests asylum. They have a different situation with regards to Ukraine. When the Ukraine war started, the European Union as a whole, and for the first time in history, decides to implement an instrument that was contemplated in the European Union legal framework, but that has not been used, which is a temporary protection directive. This directive was aimed at these type of crisis situations or war situations in a given country. When the problem of war in Syria or human rights organizations realized that people were dying on the basin on the coasts of the Mediterranean Sea, we requested for this directive to be applied. This directive allows for people to arrive in a safe manner to the European Union and to be protected until the end of the war. For the first time, this directive for protection was implemented for Ukraine, and all organizations defending human rights and all countries applauded this decision and welcomed Ukrainian citizens for the first time. But this has not happened with the rest of the communities, as is the case of the people coming from Russia or the people coming from Sudan, where there is an ongoing war where people are dying by the thousands. But when you tell me about the reality of the LGBTQIA plus community in Russia, this is a reality that we are very aware of. In Spain, we have protected people coming from this community because there's a real persecution. I remember cases of women, lesbian women, who had been put into psychiatric treatments, terrible treatments due to their sexual orientation. And with men, there was also a constant persecution. When we talk about persecution, protection, we are working with this community, and we treat the same the Russian community than we do the Brazilian community. The Ukrainian community is treated differently due to the situation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and so they go under this particular protection, this particular directive for protection. In case an Ukrainian person wanted to claim that due to their sexual orientation they require an additional protection beyond this temporary protection directive, they would receive the same treatment as any citizen from any other country in the world. So what would happen? Well, what will happen with Russia with regards to the European Union? I think that it is more and more clear that this community is being persecuted in this country, and so in the same way that in Spain we're trying to acquire new means for protecting people from the LGBTQIA plus community, we will use these same measures for the Russian LGBTQ community, but based on their individual cases, regardless of the country where they come from, is individual, and they require an individual study. It would be a mistake to use the same pattern or the same methodologies regardless of where they come from. Thank you. I hope I answered your question. Thank you very much. One more question from here. We have a microphone arriving. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, we all know the fundamental role of the media in order to disseminate information. So I would like to ask a question to our colleague from the media. Have there been any progresses in terms of the protection of the rights of the LGBTQAI plus people from the media? Are there any mechanisms to defend the people from this community when we talk about media that are discriminating against us?
And because Natasha was telling us some of the stories about the British media, it is for sure that the right-wing tabloids in the UK have launched a campaign against transgender people. And that's not something we're just seeing in the UK. That's something that the right-wing press in France has also been engaging in. And I think that let's say the left-wing press, let's take the UK as an example, a publication like The Guardian, for instance, I haven't seen as much of a fight back as I would have liked to see. So I think that when you get a certain portion of the press, the right-wing press, launching this type of campaign vilifying a specific segment of the community, it's up to the left-wing press to counter that. And from what I've seen, actually in France as well, I really haven't seen an appetite actually to take on this issue because we know that within the left, within feminism, there are some diverging views on this, and I think that's where that comes from, certainly at The Guardian. So I think the way you counter that is you're not going to convince those right-wing papers to change what they're doing, but the left-wing papers have to be more vocal about opposing the campaigns that are happening on the right.
We still have some time. I said that we still have a few minutes. I don't know if there are any other questions from the audience. No? Okay, so with no more questions, then we are going this to a close. I don't know if somebody from the panel wants to add something else. No more additional comments. Okay, great. Well, without further ado, then we're going to come to a close. I will thank again the organization and to our speakers in particular. We're going to take away these hopeful messages and also with the determination, the commitment to keep fighting so that we can put an end to this hatred speech and so that we do not have to take any step back. This is the most important thing. We'll be seeing each other on the streets. Please don't miss the demonstration to defend the rights of everyone. Thank you very much. Hold on a second, please don't leave the room. We're going to proceed now to the closing of these summits and to deliver the conclusions from today. So I'm asking you to take a seat. If you want to go to the use the toilet, I'll give you 1 minute, 1 minute and a half. we're going to be resuming the conclusions.
Drifting, I'm drifting, I'm escaping, I'm breathing and alone. But I'm drifting and alone. And I'm drifting, yeah. When I'm drifting and alone. When I'm drifting, yeah. When I'm drifting, yeah. Drifting alone on a sea of faces, rushing masses at 6:30, leaving my way to the ground, 'cause I don't really care where this is gonna bring me. And I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Set to dreams on a sea of lonely faces. I've got no special way to go. Driven by the sidewalk streets, I'm sliding through sound, headed for the dreams, and I'm drifting, 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 drifting. Why I'm drifting.
Let's move on. Let's move on to with hello, good afternoon. We are near the end of this day.
Lenny Empson, POA president. He talk about the conclusions of today.
Thank you, and thank you everyone who is there standing to the very end for these conclusions and for being together with a beautiful team that prepared this summit today. I think that was an important event, right? And I had this conversation upstairs with some people, and people were really enjoying this event because we need to speak to each other. We need to talk, we need to share. And this event was really important for us to share, to reflect, to learn from each other, and to have these conclusions and to have these ideas. Because when we march, we need to understand why we're doing this. There is no pride without the political agenda. We need to understand, we need to feel why we do this. So, and I have a speech for you. I want to speak to you today about this political meaning of the Pride, as we, as European Pride organizers, are carrying today. But before that, I really want, together with you, to applaud the team who prepared the summit today. So let's do this. Thank you for your hard work and for coordination and making it happen. So I'm Lenny Empson, pronounced he, him, and I'm the president of the European Pride Organizers Association. We are European Pride Organizers. We're people who do prides, like big ones for 500,000 people, small ones for 50 people. But we do prides, and every pride is important, and every pride is respected, because every pride is a step towards bigger visibility and wider rights for LGBTQIA community. We're a proud family of over 100 prides all over Europe. European Union, Council of Europe area, Eastern Europe, hopefully in the future Central Asia, who knows? Yeah, so we will welcome people to join the family. And I'm happy to greet you here on the land where one of our biggest and oldest members, Madrid Pride, is representing the front line for human rights fight in the whole region. We live today in challenging times. Well, since 2022, when Russia attacked my country, Ukraine, and took the lives of more than 100,000 people and made over 10 million people flee their homes. Since that moment, the world is really not stopping presenting more tragedies and crises. 30,000 innocent people have been killed in Palestine. More than 1 million are dead and almost 7 million displaced in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And 1 million Uyghurs detained and killed in China just this year. So genocide and war crimes, humanitarian catastrophes are happening right now, and many of our governments are hesitant, silent, or even supportive of these events. And for us, as a community, international community, it is critical to understand that we cannot separate those global issues from the fight for LGBTQI rights. We cannot view LGBTQI rights through a narrow lens that excludes other human rights issues. So many of us identify intersectionally, and apart from LGBTQI identity, we have other very important identities that are with us every day. So if you're standing up for LGBTQI rights, you must also be standing up for indigenous rights on every territory, reproductive rights, women's rights. You must stand up against misogyny and transmisogyny, against the death penalty, against racism, colonialism, and genocide. LGBTQIA rights are not an island somewhere there in the ocean. We need to stand up to decency together. We're mixed up, we're intersectional, we're part of this big process. Because pride will be most likely not happening in the places where the most marginalized are oppressed, where innocent civilians being killed, where women are people of second sort. So tomorrow we will march on the wide streets of this beautiful city. It is a privilege for many to be able to march without the risk of being arrested, beaten up, tortured, or killed, as my colleague Rahul said today. But I want to praise those who made this privilege possible, who were visible and open in the times when it presented a risk for their lives to be open even here, and who paved the way for today's bright parades where thousands are marching free and happy. We must not forget that the history behind every big and bright Pride March. We must not forget that this history has a tendency to repeat. And we need to be aware of the threat that LGBTQI communities all over Europe are facing now. So many of you are aware of European Union's Fundamental Rights Agency, right? FRI. Right, and they just published 7 weeks ago, they published the results of their third survey of LGBTQI people across member states and selected candidate countries. So this survey found that harassment and violence against LGBTQI+ people is on the rise across Europe. A third of us have experienced discrimination just in the last year. A third have contemplated suicide, and a quarter have experienced attempts of conversion therapy. And this is what, like, for me personally, it's unbelievable. In today's modern Europe, conversion therapy, I can't believe in that. I have no words, like my English is too poor to express my feelings about that, you know. Next document I want to share with you, it's ILGA Europe's rainbow map. This year was equally alarming. Progress has stalled and in some places is going backwards. Our fundamental freedoms, such as freedom of association, I mean, this is pride, freedom of association, actually, right, and freedom of assembly are facing challenges like never before. So look at the attacks of Pride events, including the appalling attack on Tbilisi Pride last year, Tbilisi Pride in Georgia, right, or Istanbul Pride last week, to see why we need to march. So Pride is critically important for LGBTQI rights in many contexts. Pride is the world's most successful and visible movement for human and civil rights. And we must remember that every Pride March will be the very first Pride event for many people. Among them are our youngsters that just start their lives, and they deserve a safe environment to be themselves. Among them are our newcomers. And among those newcomers are those from about 63 countries in the world criminalizing homosexuality, and 12 countries punishing gay and trans people with death penalty. Let us take a good care of those people. Let us take a good care of all the newcomers and share the celebration of being finally safe, accepted together with them. In the political context that we see today, there are the right and the far right were the victors in the European elections, where our rights are quite literally being rolled back by Italy's new government, where the far right winning in the French elections, pride has a special importance. And as the number of right-wing parliamentarians increases, so our ability to use democratic processes to protect and to cherish our rights diminishes, unfortunately. And so, Pride remains vitally important for us to be out in public, taking our public spaces and showing our power. And showing our power. That's why we're here. Together we are many. LGBTQI family and our allies, our friends, our families, our relatives. We are the power. We were gaining our rights for 5 decades since Stonewall. It's 55 years since Stonewall this year. And we will not give them back, because this is our Europe too. That's why we march. Thank you. Thank you, Madrid Pride, and happy Pride. Let's celebrate as well.
Bueno, tenemos...
Well, a couple of things before you leave. First of all, thank you to everyone for being here today. In the past few years, I've been here as the unofficial interpreter of the Pride, both here and on stage, and I was felt very embarrassed. But this year, I will have my colleagues to read the conclusions and the statements of the summit. So, Juan Carlos, Susana, please join me on the stage.
Gracias, Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you. In Madrid, Spain, 5th of July of 2024, the people here gathered within the framework of the holding of this Madrid Summit has gathered both online and on-site over 70 speakers coming from different organizations, and with the remarkable presence and attendance of the European Parliament. Let's remind you that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that everyone has a right to enjoy their human rights without discrimination on the basis of gender expression, sexual orientation, race, color, language, religion, or political opinion, or any economic position or any other condition. We understand that the historic moment in which we find ourselves and the demands of the times force us to be up to the expectations of our society, to respect and to preserve the memory of those human beings who came before us. We observe, we welcome, and we celebrate all the conquests in terms of human rights that we have been acquiring in the past year, such as the same-sex marriage in Greece and the legal acknowledgement of non-binary gender in Germany. But we need to keep fighting for the rights of all people in Spain, Europe, and beyond these borders where these protections sometimes do not exist. This year, we have to highlight the setback in the Madrid region with the partial derogation of the trans and LGBTQ laws. We denounce that certain public officials have derogated laws that have not been implemented, even that create unexisting links between trans people, drugs, and pedophiles that try to empty libraries of books written by or about the community. We also denounce the Russian invasion in Ukraine and its influence in the neighboring countries such as Georgia, where they have just passed a law of foreign agents that will make it difficult for the civil society and the pride organizations in the country to have international cooperation. And we then denounce also the genocide in Gaza. We also need to expose the setbacks in the rights of the LGBTQ community, and we want to highlight the rise in the number of violent attacks, bullying, discrimination, and harassment. We it is estimated that all hatred crimes against this community are in the rise. This is why we demand to the European institutions and the members of the European Union to put a stop to any sign or symptom of violence and inequality, that they remain vigilant in the face of the rise of extremisms that cause an increase also in the LGBTQ phobia, xenophobia, racism, sexism, and that they keep supporting the Ukrainian population so that they can win the war, and to develop laws to acknowledge the rights of the LGBTQ community, and that in terms of foreign affairs policies, the rights of this community are taken into account. We promote the need for leadership within the European Union, and we demand to the government of Spain to do their best efforts in order to promote policies with a critical view and cross-cutting view, committed with other causes that are also related with sustainability and the feminist movement, to whom we are opening our arms and we want to listen to. We are also calling especially to the acknowledgement of the identity of non-binary people and that are being excluded from the current laws and legislations. That the advancements in the acknowledgement of the rights of the LGBTQ plus community are spread throughout Europe, and that we take more steps in the countries where the basic protections are missing, such as the legalization of sexual relations between same-sex people. And we trust that among the many purposes included in the Agenda 2030, and that we will preserve and promote the advancement and the conquering of a humanity that is free of discrimination.
Y ahora, el director del Summit, Joseph.
I'll leave you, Joseph Jones, to present the conclusions. I am calling the General Director, Julio, to deliver these last conclusions.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good evening, everyone. I start to feel that my voice is failing me because we've had a great week full of different actions and events, and which are part of this year's summit around human rights. We cannot understand, we cannot conceive of pride, as one of the speakers said, without everything related to the political reivindication, without the rights. And this is the sense of the parallel activities, the Great March that we will see tomorrow. And from the government, we know very clearly that there is no pride, no action without this call for action, and this is something we can recognize. And also on a positive note about the progress we have made, sometimes we can see the things that we need. There are many problems and issues. A few days ago, the Spanish Ministry of the Interior gave some data about LGBTQIA phobia and how it has increased in the last year. But if we look back in the last 40 years, we can only see the great progress for LGBTQIA people after the coming of the democracy in Spain. Just 40 years ago, just for being in this room, everyone in this room would have been taken to a police station and would have been beaten. And 40 years down the line, we are still making progress in legal framework, in public policies, and also in employment. Employment as the entry to the organized civil society, access to culture. Employment is also stable employment. Improves our lives. It allows us to lead independent life, and I think we wanted to focus on employment in this law and this royal decree that we are just about to pass, where the rights of LGBTQI people are not just at the front door of the companies, but inside the companies, so that the LGBTQI companies can live their experiences on equal conditions as the rest of their fellow workers. And things like gender expression, the orientation itself, and the identity, everybody's identity needs to be something positive in the companies, and it needs to be perceived as such, because it is. The large companies want products and services that that include the full integrative vision, and all the LGBTQIA perspective gives rise to innovation, to new experiences, and that's why it is so interesting to see the agreement between the companies and the trade unions in order to ensure the rights of the people so that they can be part of companies. In Spain, at least, everyone spends 17 years of their life working. The workplaces are the places where we very rarely choose to be. We'd rather be at home, of course. We can't choose the group of people we work with. They are not our friends or families. And the environment is always competitive, because at the end of the day you have a professional career to defend, and there is always a certain competition in place. Well, with all this, it is always difficult, and even more so for LGBTI people, and even more so for transsexuals who often fail to have a job in the first place. What about the people who do not even have the opportunity to have a job due to their gender identity or other issues? I think then that the government is trying to put an end to all this. Companies of more than 50 workers in 3 months' time will need to come up with a number of measures in order to give a response to this, in order to change the selection processes, in order to give a solution, a response to the fact that LGBTI people do not have the same successful careers as others, and also providing and ensuring days off work for people who are immersed in the transition process, in the gender transition process. We need to treat each and every one as is necessary, and this is the aim we have as a government. Not to treat everyone the same, but treating everyone based on their needs and conditions. Each person has different needs and requirements, and we need to attend to those from the companies. This is the framework where we're working on now. We still have a long way to go, and within this framework we will continue to work together with the groups, to the representatives, and always listening to the voice of the people representing. Because just as all women are not feminists, not all LGBTI people necessarily need to have an LGBTI way of looking at things, or a personal fight for their rights, etc. And these are the people who we understand are organized and the ones we should listen to. So happy Pride. For us in the ministry, we had a motto. Proudly free was our motto for this year, because I believe that this freedom we have and enjoy already in Spain is based also on what I mentioned before, on rights, on equality. Equality per se does not happen in our society. Our societies are not equal. You don't cross that door and then you find a perfectly equal society. And this is the role of governments, to make equality something real and efficient. So thanks everyone. Happy Pride. And let's not allow anyone to take us away from the street. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Del Valle. Now I have the great honor to introduce my counter person from the Colombian government, from the Ministry of Equality in Colombia. Thank you for being with us. Can you hear us? Yes, can you hear me? Yes, we can.
Hola.
Señor, ¿me
Hola, no sé si me escucha.
Sí.
Yes, we do. We can hear you. Thank you. I would like to send my warm greetings. I work at the Ministry of Equality, and therefore I would like to confer the greetings of the President of our country to everyone gathered there. I am a non-binary person. I am an activist for human rights, and I work for the guarantee of the LGBTQ plus community at the Ministry of Equality in Colombia. For us, it is a great honor on behalf of the Colombian government to send you warm greetings in this year's summit in Madrid 2024, one of the most important in Europe to celebrate equality and diversity and generate spaces for cooperation and for all actions that we can do in order to reduce the acts of discrimination. For us, it's very important to have been the first guest country to share a dialogue about the realities of the LGBTQ plus community. So thank you for the invitation. First of all, I would like to tell you that the Colombian government, through the Equality Ministry, set out a directorate to ensure the rights and the freedoms of people, which puts in the center of the policies the life of the people, human safety and security, and social justice, in order to highlight the rights of LGBTQ people and eradicate discrimination, and also close the gaps around equality. The Colombian government has materialized the commitment of the real representation of the LGBTIQ+ people with the assignment and hiring of several people. I am the first person in charge of a high level role, which allows us to make ourselves visible as non-binary people. We also have trans women in leading roles. Although I am the first person representing a directive role, it is also important to recognize that we still have a long way to go and many things to do from the LGBTQ plus movement, and we just opened up the door. We want to be even more people and have a greater recognition in demanding our rights. Right now, there is an international scenario that's calling to the LGBTIQ+ movement in Spain, in Europe, and everywhere. We should have more gay men, lesbians, trans, non-binary people, bisexuals in public positions, but it is actually us who know firsthand the realities and needs. We have transferred across our reality and taken into account our public policy background. It is clear for us that in Latin America and specifically in Colombia, we have made great progress in recognizing certain rights, but currently and globally we do recognize that there is a serious threat and progress and advancement of extreme right positions and hatred speech, which require our union regardless of the place of the political space. We cannot allow for the propagation of this hatred speech for things related to ethnics, to gender, and which leads to violence on the basis of gender identity or sexual identity. That's why we are working in Colombia to create a body, and we are living a moment, a social and political moment, where we must abide by the Charter of Human Rights until dignity is commonplace. Just as somebody said before me, LGBTQI+ people are still being criminalized in different places of the world, and this discourse tries to avoid such discrimination. We also fight for other things such as equal marriage, adoption by same-sex families, the changing of name in identity documents, recognizing the identity of non-binary people, for instance in Colombia and elsewhere in the world, as among others. Hatred speech increase the vulnerability as LGBTQI+ people. So we need to continue to network in order to minimize this. We must have an interlocution with the different stakeholders in the Colombian government to recognize the rights of the trans community. This must be translated into a more effective response. And this invitation we want to send from the Colombian government for the reinforcement of the Spanish movement of LGBTQI+ as the first step to build an agenda and demand more rights. Under the mandate of our president and the vice president of the country, our commitment as a country is to watch over for the rights of everyone, to work so that everyone can live regardless of the ethnic group, capacity, etc. And we want to make Colombia a world power in life and human rights. We also try to help the organization of marches in order to reinforce our rights and to defend diversity. Through these actions, we will be able to transform the reality and promote cultural transformation that will allow us all to live in dignity. And remember, there is no pride without dignity. That's why I'm wearing this T-shirt. I am sending you my best greetings and see you very soon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Francesca. I'm sure we will continue to meet. And as she said, it is important for us to work together. And a great opportunity for this will be in October this year, where the organizers of the Prides from around the world will meet up in Medellin, in Colombia. And I am sure that Francesca will be there, and we will have the opportunity to continue to work together. And just as the General Director already knows, Julio del Valle, we have a pending meeting with Francesca and with this General Directorate in order to make progress together as two countries for diversity and for the different gender identities and expressions. We have reached the end of today's session. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for having made it to this World Summit, to Madrid Summit 2024. Thanks to the European Parliament and the European Commission, of course. Thanks to this very entity for having opened their doors and for making it possible one more year. I would like to reflect, last reflection before we say goodbye. It has been a very fruitful day, and it has been very special to me to listen to different voices such as Darko's, where very often we don't quite agree on everything, but all criticism is positive. We are together in this fight because the enemy is outside. They are powerful, they are silent, they are increasingly less silent, and we need to be there to face it. And this is something we will show in these coming days of Pride. Obviously, tomorrow on a Saturday in the Pride Parade. And just as with all the events, we have a grand finale and we have small cocktail we have put together. We have organized for you in the food hall at the Área Canalejas next to Puerta del Sol. And we will be waiting for you there to have a light refreshment and to continue this conversation. Thank you. And see you in a while, and of course tomorrow in the streets. Thank you. Happy Pride.